Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
We have our next witness, Sam Marula, and he has not yet been sworn.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Marilla.
Good morning, sir.
Madam
My
Clerk,
apologies.
order
I
your
don't-
review.
Mr. Marula, I'm going to have you affirm your evidence today, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Marula. I am going to ask you a series of questions this morning, and just so that you are aware, we're starting at 9:30 and we run until about 11, and then we take a break. I'm going to start with some questions about your professional background, education, and employment history. I understand you are the outgoing city councillor for Ward 4. Is that right?
That's correct. After 22 years, and I'm retiring effective November 15th. I become an onerous pensioner.
And you did not seek re-election in the last election?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So you have a transitionary period?
Just till November 15th. That's
Great.
my first day as an onerous pensioner.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very proud of that.
I understand you were first elected in 2000, is that right?
That's correct.
And you held the role of Ward 4 councillor continuously since then for a total of 6 terms?
That's correct.
What was your employment before coming a city councillor?
I was working with Dominic Agostino, who was the MPP for Hamilton East, and also Path Employment Services. So do you want me to expand upon that?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So Path Employment Services is a agency was funded by HRDC, and we matched people with disabilities to employment. And with Dominic Agostino, he was elected in 1995. At that time, I was an addictions counselor, and when he was elected, he offered me the position as his executive assistant out of Queen's Park, and I remained with him until elected to council in 2000. Prior to that, I was with the Addiction Assessment Services of Brant, which was an agency of the Brant County Health Unit, and prior to that, the Hamilton Wentworth District Catholic School Board, where I was an educational assistant, and I was educated at Brock University, as well as the Addiction Research Foundation of Addiction Studies out of the University of Toronto back in the early 1990s.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So it's fair to say that you don't have any educational or professional experience in road construction or road maintenance. Is that right?
Absolutely not.
But over the years, and we'll get into this, you have gained some knowledge about these issues through your role as a counselor. Is that fair?
Yes, that would be fair to say.
So I'm going to ask you a few questions about Ward 4 now. I understand that that ward is geographically located in East Hamilton.
That is correct.
And the Red Hill Valley Parkway runs on the east border of Ward 4. Is that right?
That's also correct, yes.
As a counselor, did you have a particular interest in matters relating to the Red Hill as a result of it being adjacent to your ward?
Actually, it's been an issue in this city since the 1950s politically. So when I was first seeking office in 2000, it was a ballot issue, and a very divisive one at that. Frankly, I was the first elected councillor in the history of the city to support the road and get elected. So yeah, I do have that understanding.
Okay. And for the benefit of the inquiry, can you explain in particular what interests you had in the Red Hill?
What interests I had personally, why I supported it?
Yes, and in particular, how you learned about the Red Hill and what sort of focus you had coming out of your constituency.
Are we talking when I was first elected, or are we talking about the issues pertaining to this inquiry?
I was talking generally about your issues in the Red Hill and how you followed them during the course of your time.
Okay, so Okay, so my first election, as I mentioned, it was a very divisive issue, and I was elected and the first one to support the road. At that time, we then went into another election in 2003, where it was the main issue of that particular election. It was a wedge issue, and I was faced with Linda Lukasik, who was an environmentalist, but was able to handily defeat her at that time, even though the road was a very divisive issue. So subsequently, in 2007, the road was completed, and the city has experienced a significant renaissance as a significant result of that road. Take that road away, we're not experiencing the growth and all of this renaissance that we're experiencing today.
Thank you. So starting from 2007 onwards, what interests did your constituency want you to focus on as it related to the Red Hill?
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because there's a distinct difference between the global benefits of the road and the local benefits, and some of the local negative aspects. So the local benefits were related to the north-south traffic, for instance, on Kenilworth, where it used to be a highway average speed of about 80 kilometers. Now we've been able to deduce that down. It was the first main artery in the city of Hamilton to go down to 40 kilometers an hour, eliminate one of the lanes to reduce the capacity of that road, so that we can now have a hockey game on there any given time of the day. That's actually a true story. So that benefit of lowering that traffic volume, also there's environmental benefits, because we don't have cars idling constantly going north and south in Ottawa, Parkdale, and Kenilworth. So those are the true benefits of the immediate community or the neighborhoods. But as I mentioned earlier, the benefits regarding the economic development and all of the associated benefits far outweigh that globally.
Thank you. The commissioner is taking notes as part of this.
And speaking too fast.
A little bit quickly, so maybe if you could just slow down.
My apologies.
I can tell you're passionate about the road and its economic development for Hamilton. But yeah, if we could both try to slow down, because I know I speak quickly too.
Granted, my apologies.
I'm going to ask you now about your role on the Public Works Committee. I understand you were a member of the Public Works Committee in your last term, the one that just ended.
That's correct.
And you were a member of that committee for every term back to 2004. Is that right?
That's correct. And even beyond, because prior to 2004, we had committee of the whole. So in essence, I was part of the Public Works process of voting, but we didn't have the standing committee structure at that time.
From 2004, when that structure changed and you went into the standing committee structure, you were a member of Public Works, and this may have changed over time, but I'll ask a general question. How does a councillor get on a standing committee like Public Works?
That's a good question. And it's really inside baseball, but normally how it would work, and now that we're actually the day after the election, the activity right now would be to have the mayor then seek out interests from all of the elected officials and provide them through the clerk's office all of the committees available. They would make their selection. They would cross-reference it between the veterans and the rookies and so on, and then deduce it down to filling all the vacancies accordingly, based on their selected interests.
Thank you. So it's by volunteer, but
absolutely,
councillors
yes.
Volunteer to particular committees?
That's correct.
Why did you volunteer for the Public Works Committee initially, and then continually throughout your term?
Throughout my first involvement in politics started 40 years ago in the north end of Hamilton, helping Dominic Agostino, who at that time was a trustee. So I've always recognized that the frontline aspect of politics is really the most important, that being the roads, the sidewalks, the sewers, the parks. Public works, as it stated, basically speaks for itself, works for the public. And you want to be able to be involved in influencing and directing that accordingly to benefit the public.
Thank you. The inquiry has prepared documents which we call overview documents, and those are narrative forms of documents that the inquirers received from from third parties. And we're going to go to some of those. So I don't know how your setup is. So we're going to put it up and then we'll just do a little technology test.
No problem.
Registrar, can you bring up OD3, page 9 and 10? So just stopping here, Mr. Marula, can you see both of the pages that are up and also the screens where the commissioner and you and
Yes.
Mr. Mishra are? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. So I'm going to ask you some questions now and then again in a little while about the Parkway Implementation Committee, which was started in 2002. And you'll see at the bottom of page 9, paragraph 14, it was in 2002 that there was a staff report that recommended the establishment of what was then called the Expressway Implementation Committee, consisting of 4 to 6 members of council to work with staff on the implementation of the detailed design, construction, and monitoring phase of the Red Hill. And we'll come to this in a moment, but you were one of the council members on the Expressway Implementation Committee, which then became the Parkway Implementation Committee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to put this down at the document, Registrar.
I may have actually been, I think Chad and I initiated that particular committee as well. So we're quite proud of that.
How did you become a member of that committee? Was it also volunteer based like the Public Works Committee? Then
No, that one we focused, sorry to interrupt you, but that one we focused in on the affected wards. So throughout the construction process, as you can imagine, there would be complaints coming into the offices. So we recognized in advance, we're proactive in establishing this committee so that as problems became relevant, then we would have at least a process to address those problems legislatively. So that committee was developed.
Okay, so was it that a sort of a repository for dealing with public complaints?
That's
was
exactly
it a
what,
place
yes.
that city councilors in those
Absolutely.
wards could deal with the public?
The public would come as delegations and others with their concerns. We would direct that information to staff, who then would assess the presenting problems accordingly and come back with either solutions or non-recommended items.
Thank you. So I'll come back to that as we go through. I just wanted to have an overview.
Sure.
Turning to the Red Hill, you've already said you were involved before construction, and then of course you were still a councillor after construction. I have some general questions for you about complaints and concerns that you heard from the public about the Red Hill. The inquiries received documents that indicate that as of the first year of the opening of the Red Hill, members of council and city staff started to receive anecdotal complaints and concerns about the Red Hill. Thinking back to the time before 2019 and recognizing I'm now covering, so 2018 all the way back to the beginning of your, of 2008. So 10-year period. Was it common for you or your constituency staff to receive complaints and concerns about the Red Hill?
What kind of concerns? I know we had a lot of concerns surrounding the grass cutting, and because there were a lot of weeds. That's one concern that comes to mind, and the J brakes with the trucks. That was another one, with the noise aspect. Mm-hmm. So and the volume and the noise of the vehicles as well. That was a significant complaint. So we literally funded windows after we assessed the neighborhoods. We determined through noise studies which homes were impacted, and we set up a subsidy program specifically to deal with those noise complaints. Okay,
so there was noise complaints from neighboring homes.
Neighboring homes. That's correct.
Near the Parkway. Were there other kinds of complaints about the driving experience on the Red Hill?
No, actually, we won awards. The funny thing is we were winning safety awards back in those days. I can recall even celebrating it at council. So no, absolutely not. Nothing became relevant to many years later.
Okay, so we'll certainly go through over time, and maybe as we come to particular periods where you were involved with issues with the Red Hill, I invite you to think back at that time about whether you were receiving complaints, because I think that there might have been periods of time that will refresh your memory.
But Emily, sorry, how do I, Commission Counsel, with respect to that process, the complaints would come informally. So everything's documented. And so I'm not going, if I'm mistaken, it would be documented because those complaints were documented accordingly.
When you say they were documented, you mean by your constituency staff?
At that committee. So every complaint we received, if I received a complaint via email, I would flip that over to Chris Murray, who then would flip it over to the clerk, and it would become part of the process of dealing with the public through that committee structure. So everything's documented, and you should have that before you.
Thank you. I don't think that's exactly correct in terms of the way the documentation came from the clerks, but in any event, as we go through, we can talk more about particular periods of time and what you recall about receiving any anecdotal complaints and what you did with them.
Sure.
As a resident of Hamilton, did you personally drive the Red Hill?
I did. I do, actually. I did and I do.
So I'm going to ask you some questions generally about receiving complaints from members of the public, and particularly those in your ward. So this is more sort of your general practice as a counselor, and it may have changed over time, and you can let us know if that's the case.
Okay.
Did you and your staff have a process for logging or recording complaints that came in?
Yes. So how we would log it is I would receive the complaint. Most of the time, I would be in the middle of something, so I would just follow up accordingly, CC my staff, who would then follow up with staff, and we would get the returned answer and then deal with the question that was presented to us. Other times, there were times when I would respond directly, more so years ago than recent years.
And when you say you would, you copy your staff who would follow up with staff, you mean follow up with appropriate city staff, depending on what the nature of the complaint was?
Exactly.
Did you or your staff have specific staff within the city that you viewed as sort of the go-to people to assist in particular types of complaints?
Yes, of course. We would have people assigned to us, right? There's a process for all counselors to follow who you should be contacting, and they give us names accordingly.
Okay, and were those generally manager level names or director level names?
Council should only be dealing with managers. They shouldn't be dealing with the front line.
Okay. When you deferred to your staff or delegated to your staff to respond, recognizing you have a lot on your plate, did your staff have a system for tracking outstanding questions or responses?
Yes, my assistant, Diane Piedmonte, was my assistant from day one, and she would follow up on all. She would have her own system of following up on any pending. She would have a pending file per se, and she would follow up accordingly. Okay.
And would she also do that for you if you took the time to respond personally?
Oh, I always CC her on everything. Yes, I would CC her on everything. I believe, for the most part, unless I was insulting somebody.
And how quickly would you expect city staff to respond to complaints from members of the public?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
How quickly would you expect city staff to respond to complaints from members of the public?
Oh, we've had this discussion with management for years, and the normal protocol for the average complaint to come in, our expectation was a turnaround of an answer, not a solution per se, but of an acknowledgement within 24 hours.
Thank you. And then the actual proposal of a solution, if there was one, that might take a longer period of time.
Depending on the complexity of the issue.
Okay. Turning now to media coverage, the inquiry the inquiry knows that there was a fair bit of Red Hill related coverage in the Spectator and other media over the years. Would you agree that you had that impression as well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure. The inquiry has received documents that suggest there was a fair bit of Red Hill related coverage in the Spectator and other media over the years. And would you agree that was your impression as well?
I would say it's an understatement, yes.
So you'd say an understatement. That being that there was a significant amount of coverage?
Exactly, yes. Even more than what you're stating, yes.
Okay. As a general question, how often did you read The Spectator in the time frame between 2008 and 2018?
Oh, it's daily. It's part of our job, right?
And where you had been interviewed and quoted, would you pay specific attention to those articles?
At the beginning of my career, but not so much towards the latter part, so I can't recall.
Okay. More broadly, did you receive briefings or updates from your staff about media coverage in a sort of daily or weekly way?
No, I was responsible for all of that.
Okay.
I was on top of that quite regularly, yes.
Okay. Leaving aside complaints that may have come into your office and thinking more about the media, were you aware from reading The Spectator and other media that the public had complaints or concerns about the Red Hill?
During which period of time?
2008 to 2018.
That's a big period of time.
It sure is.
I've towards the latter part, I would say I remember, only because the two girls who were tragically killed went to school with my daughters. So that I vividly recall. But prior to that, I don't recall. And after that, I don't recall. I just recall that period of time vividly.
Okay. I have some questions now about working with staff as a counselor. There is a distinction between the governance of a municipality and the operational aspects of a municipality. As a counselor, how do you see this distinction and your role within it?
The difference between creating policy and implementing it, it's a world of difference. So we as governors are there to bring forward policy measures in order for staff to implement to serve the public. And it's a continual, it's a cyclical process where complaints come in, motions are established, and we basically improve the process of governance accordingly. So it's a constant movement of data coming in and motions coming out with implementation of policy at the staff level. And I think sums it up.
Okay. So I think you said it's a cyclical process. Do you mean like there's a dialogue, not actually a conversation, but there's a dialogue back and forth between counselors and staff?
No, between the public. So the information coming in is always from the public. The public is in control. A lot of people don't realize that, but they are. All those complaints coming in, it's particularly those that increase or are large volumes. For me, if you look back historically, the hundreds, if not thousands of motions I brought forward were all based on listening to people. So a complaint comes in, you think, wow, I wonder how I can improve this. You speak to staff, you draft a motion, you present the motion openly, it's voted on, it either passes or it fails. Most of mine passed, FYI, and then you move forward accordingly.
As a counselor, how informed did you expect to be about the operational aspects of the city's functioning? And this is really just sort of a general question. How informed would you expect to be?
That's an open-ended question, because we're a $3 billion entity. I'm not quite sure. I think we have over 300 services that we provide. I don't know how to answer that, because which one of those 300 services do you want me to understand? Like,
I was really asking in a much more general way, at sort of a more philosophical level, if you will. How, what did you view your role, and how much information you would want in respect of the day-to-day functioning of the city?
As long as there isn't bad news, then things should be moving accordingly. So unless we have to act and formulate a plan of action to improve a presenting problem, then too much information can become a burden. So I would say only as needed. And that means if it's not broken, don't tell us about it.
Okay, so only as needed. I presume sometimes it's good to get good news about things that are working, especially if they're based on councillor initiatives or public initiatives as well,
that
right?
Just doesn't happen. The media is too dishonest these days. True story.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you rely on city staff as it relates to the operational side of the municipality to determine what is needed? When you say, as needed, that's the information that you want?
I rely on the public. So again, it always comes down to input, and then the output becoming the motion, which then is policy that's implemented. So whatever the presenting problem is, the motion should be seeking a solution to it and then moving forward accordingly.
Okay. Turning to interactions with city staff, how frequently did you interact with city staff as a councillor?
As needed. So depending on the issue, and I would communicate accordingly.
Okay. And so did that translate into you working with staff or interacting with staff daily or weekly?
No, daily. Well, just as needed, like hourly, email. Like, we're not talking meeting in person. It was always digitally for the most part, particularly me, because City Hall is a little bit of a cesspool, so I didn't go there unless I really needed to. That meaning committees and or council. So most of it was digital.
Okay. And so I take it from your answer then that you had regular interactions over email with city staff. Is that right?
Of course, that's correct. Always with my assistant involved.
What sorts of issues did you find you interacted with city staff about the most?
Problems.
Problems in what areas? And maybe we can divide it like this: areas that would come out of public works, as you said before. The sort of running of government.
I see. I understand the question.
Potholes, sidewalks, those sorts of things.
But you look at that's why originally those that understand the process would want to be on public works, because they realize that's your bread and butter. That's when that's where all your complaints are generated, and where you can build a rapport and a brand of being a good, hardworking councillor, or lack thereof.
And is that where you found that you interacted with staff most on issues related to public works?
Yes.
In respect of the Red Hill, you said earlier that you had go-to staff that you sort of considered to be the people that you or your staff would go to within city staff to get information or solutions. In respect of the Red Hill, over the period of time from 2008 when it opened to 2018, who did you view as your go-to city staff members for Red Hill issues?
Chris Murray was always my go-to person.
And Chris Murray, of course, moved into roles unrelated to the Red Hill and became quite senior within the corporation. Was there anybody else besides Mr. Murray?
No, Chris was my go-to person that I recall. And frankly, his performance is what created the opportunity for him to become city manager, because he was so competent in that role.
Okay,
Definitely.
But as city manager, you can expect that he has a lot on his plate. Were there other people who were closer to the Red Hill and its day-to-day functioning that you would also go to?
Well, I don't remember. Chris was always my go-to guy, even when he was city manager, because we had a great relationship and being able to communicate with one another openly. And he knew the history, so I would only feel comfortable talking to him about it.
Mr. Murray wasn't an engineer. What about for technical questions in respect of the Red Hill?
Oh, Gary Moore. Yes. Oh, I see. Yeah. So Chris would always we would always end up in Gary Moore's hands, but I would always go to Chris, and then from there we'd end up in Gary's hands. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's an important distinction. I'm glad you mentioned that.
What about staff in the traffic department? Do you remember interacting with any of them?
Tyler comes to mind.
Tyler Renault?
No. Shepard.
Tyler Shepard. All right.
Yeah.
The inquiries heard from Dave Ferguson, Stephen Cooper, Martin White. Were those individuals within the traffic department that you
Yes.
interacted with?
Yes, I remember those names. Yes, of course.
Okay. Turning now to some general questions about how you prepare for committee and council meetings. Recognizing it may have changed over your 22 years on council, what are your general practices when preparing for committee or council?
Well, it starts generally days or even sometimes weeks before, depending if you have a motion that's on the agenda or a report that you plan on generating a motion. So on average, what would occur is the agendas would be released on a Friday.
Mhm.
I would review them over the weekend. I would highlight those areas in which I wanted to become active in. And then I would communicate with the appropriate staff and colleagues accordingly to garner support from council and to seek advice from staff on the wording of motions, and I would be presenting the motions accordingly.
You said you would review the agenda over the weekend. Did the agenda also include the underlying materials that were going to be referenced in the committee or council meetings?
What do you mean by that?
Staff reports, information reports, those sorts
of course, yes.
And did you read all of those, or did you pick and choose to?
Always, yeah, it's impossible. Yeah, it would be really unrealistic to suggest anybody would read every single word in those reports. And if they tell you that, they're not telling the truth. So the reality is, because there are issues that are more pertinent to your area. So if you have an agricultural report on the agenda, you're not going to be highlighting that to review. You're going to be highlighting those issues that are pertinent to your areas, whether that be traffic, whether that be air pollution, whether that be noise issues. Again, the demographics of your ward determine the interests and focus based on the concerns of your residents to generate action in order to solve those problems, which I did quite well over the last 22 years.
In respect of the Red Hill, was that a topic that you would, were there materials that you would review?
Of course.
We know that there's different types of staff reports, information reports, recommendation reports, even information updates that come not necessarily in an agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a practice of reviewing or deciding whether to review materials based on what kind of report it was?
Again, I don't recall. I'd be guessing. I know.
So you wouldn't say that you always read a recommendation report, but you never read a staff report.
Well, information reports. Okay, so on the pecking order,
yeah,
action reports are number one priority. Information reports, not so much. So, and we've had this dialogue with staff over the years, because sometimes staff can be political, sometimes, and they want to advance something, and they put in an information report. So we early on tackled this issue. So in 2000, when I was first elected, it was a bureaucratic fiefdom. So we tackled that issue early on. And because of that, we ended up hiring people like Chris Murray, who didn't play those games. So whatever was in a report that was an action item, we knew was essential for us to know. The information reports were important. However, weren't action items, and were generally just an analysis of a process that's either has been engaged or is coming to an end.
In your experience, was it common for reports prepared by consultants to be appended to staff reports that summarize those consultant reports?
No, and they shouldn't be.
Why do you say that?
Because without insulting anybody, and no, I guess I'd be insulting myself. We don't have the skill set to interpret engineering reports. We have a lot of people masquerading as experts out there today, more so than ever before. The last thing we need is a counselor masquerading as an expert on data that they can't decipher. So it would be very dangerous for us to have that data around for us to interpret and then put out as conspiracy theories on social media, particularly if you're an elected official. So I, more so today than ever before, reject any consultant report that an individual doesn't understand or can't decipher on his own what it means.
Okay, so of course the city does retain consultants, and consultants do provide important information to staff. So how do you expect to become informed about what a consultant who is an expert in a particular area recommends on a particular topic?
Okay, so over the years, I've been proud to try to minimize how many consultants are hired. A number of us saw consultants as a means of staff to become lazy and become project managers as opposed to doing the work themselves. Having said that, there is a cost savings to consultants. So there's a balance that needs to be struck. Now, in hiring these experts, we're not suggesting that go and hire these experts and whatever they say, we're going to rubber stamp. In fact, those experts are a tool for our staff who we've hired and trust. So the relationship between council and staff is established by us having that person in our employ. Now, if that person receives this data from a so-called expert consultant and determines that some of that data may not be relevant or may be foolish, then I, because I was part of a corporation that hired that individual, will trust my staff member over a potentially fly-by-night consultant, or any consultant for that matter.
Okay, so maybe I'll just understand what I'm taking from that last answer, that you would look to staff to provide you with information from the consultant to the extent that they thought that information was relevant. Right.
So it's there for a tool for staff to decipher, to analyze, to have a peer audit. They talk amongst themselves, and then they determine what the conclusion is and present it to us in order for us, in layman's terms, to review.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I will come back to consultant reports as we go through. I'm going to jump a little bit back in time. I know I've been asking a number of different sort of areas of questions. Back to the Parkway's implementation committee and to where we were when we pulled up that document. Registrar, can you bring up OD3, page 9 and 10, please? So, Mr. Murillo, you spoke a little about the political expediency and having this Parkway committee that would be a place where the public could come and express their concerns to all the councils who were adjacent to the Red Hill, and that certainly I imagine that was a very useful forum during the construction of the Red Hill. Is that right? To be able to take in complaints during construction?
Yeah, it was helpful, particularly with the noise issues, yes.
Okay. How did the role of the Parkway Implementation Committee differ from the role of Public Works or Council?
So the Implementation Committee answered to the Public Works Committee, who then answered to Council. So it was a subcommittee of Public Works.
Okay. And did the the Parkway Implementation Committee have the same level of decision-making power as the Public Works Committee around issues relating to the Red Hill?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. Did the Parkway Implementation Committee have the same level of decision-making power as the Public Works Committee around issues related to the Red Hill?
No. So how it worked is that Public Works brought forward a motion to create the subcommittee, who now answers to Public Works. So whatever we voted on at that subcommittee would then have to go to Public Works to be ratified, and then to Committee of the Whole to be ratified, and then be ratified finally at Council.
I see. And so the the Parkway Implementation Committee, they might bring matters to the Public Works Committee, but it was really the Public Works Committee making the decisions and ratified by council. Have I got that right?
Yeah, it was a subcommittee of Public Works, so it was just doing all the grunt stuff that the Public Works Committee didn't want to get bogged down with. So we created a subcommittee to deal with it, but with only members of council who had geographically impacted areas, right?
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
The role of the Parkway Implementation Committee, it continued as a subcommittee until 2014.
Yep.
How did the role of that committee change in your mind between after construction and up to 2014?
Again, the noise, it was all about the windows. So we took all of the complaints in after it was built. So the construction noise, obviously we received complaints about it, but they recognized it was a short-term problem. Their long-term concern, the two real issues were always particulate matter or air pollution and noise related to the vehicular traffic and J breaks and so on. So I recall the primary focus was always about noise. So the windows became a very hot topic among a lot of neighbors because some people were eligible and others weren't. So then they started coming to committee to try to tweak the eligibility criteria because everybody wanted new windows. So that's my recollection of that drama surrounding the post highway build. That was the dominating theme and narrative for years. It was what am I going to get out of this personally as a resident because that highway was built, because it's impacting my quality of life.
Do you recall if the Parkway Implementation Committee received complaints from members of the public, both those who lived in your wards, but not necessarily, about the darkness of the Red Hill?
I can't recall where. I do recall the complaints surrounding that issue, but the source of where I saw those complaints, I don't recall.
Okay. What about complaints that the Red Hill was slippery when wet?
That all occurred post 2010. So again, in and around the time where those two young ladies passed away because they were schoolmates of my daughters, I can vividly recall that an email came in, particularly one evening, where I defended staff's position based on the trust I had of them in diminishing her concerns based on my confidence of the data I received.
We will come to that email. I think I know the one you're talking about.
Okay.
More generally, around the time that those two young women died in 2015, did you have an impression that there was anecdotal concern that the Red Hill was slippery when wet?
In and around that time period, yes, because that's what led to all the conspiracy theories, right? So, see, with the advent of this whole road, when the road was built, social media wasn't part of the equation politically. So things changed drastically in democracy because of the digital age we're living in. So as the road progressed to where we are today, the political landscape has changed in addressing a lot of these issues. And we're dealing with so much fiction today that's become such a distraction that we can't deal with the facts that are presented before us. And that's why we're here today. So can you repeat the question again?
My question was more generally around the time that the two young women died in 2015. Did you have an impression that there was anecdotal concern that the Red Hill was slippery when wet? And I think you answered around that time, yes, you did have that concern.
Not an impression. Right? I'd heard about it, the theories that there was an issue, but it wasn't an impression I had. It was an impression in being imposed on me.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the pre-digital age, slightly back to 2007. So we'll start there for a moment. Registrar, could you go to page 46 of OD3, please? Thank you. So back in 2007, actually, Registrar, can you bring up page 45 as well as 46, please? And can you call out 91 and 92? So Councilor Murillo, we can always, for our overview documents, pull out and make bigger a particular paragraph. So going forward, if you feel you need a little bit a larger font, just let me know. We can't get bigger than this, but we can get this big. So back in 2007, Mr. Murray was moving from his various roles within Public Works into a role of Director of Housing. And in and around the same time, you'll see in paragraph 92, he sent an information update about the Red Hill to the mayor and to city council. And you were, of course, on council at the time. And Mr. Murray provided an update on the status of the paving of the Red Hill and explained that the project, that is the actual pavement, involved perpetual pavement and particularly using stone mastic asphalt as a surface course. Do you recall knowing at the time in 2007 the details of the surface product that was going to be used on the Red Hill?
No.
You'll see at the very bottom of paragraph 92, Mr. Murray says, the surface asphalt will be stone mastic asphalt, which will improve skid resistance and lower noise generation. Given what you said about the information you received from your constituents about the noise on the Red Hill once it was constructed, would you have paid particular attention to any material that might have reduced noise generation?
Probably, but it was 15 years ago, so I can't remember.
Okay. In terms of the particular structure of pavement or the materials used in the pavement, would you view that as an operational decision for staff to make?
Yeah, it would be, again, the trust of having hired Mr. Murray in itself, to me, is a blank check to him to provide advice to council. So we do question, there's no doubt about it. But when it comes to the technical merits, that's the key. And this is a technical issue that is undebatable, hence does not belong in the political arena. Although we have people masquerading in the city as police and as engineers and as whatever, this should not be for public consumption. This is for experts to talk amongst themselves, not the masqueraders.
You said that this hiring Mr. Murray was itself a blank check for him to provide advice to council.
All staff.
I think I understood that to you to be saying you gave a significant amount of discretion to staff to make decisions.
Right.
But in terms of an actual blank check, you'd agree council actually does hold the purse strings on the budget, the budgetary issues. Staff don't actually have a blank check.
Maybe I shouldn't have said blank check because I'm giving a wrong impression. I'm not talking financial. I mean trust.
Sure.
It's not about the financial component. It's about the fact that I trust him so much that I will give him a blank check signed, is my point.
And in terms of the financial oversight, council did have oversight over the budgeting around the Red Hill. Is that right?
Of course, but based on his recommendations.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Registrar, could you close this, the call out and the document, and go to HAM 320, please? Can you pull up the second image as well? Mr. Merla, this is a sustainability plan report prepared for the city by Stantec, a consultant, in 2007. And it's specifically in respect of the Link and the Red Hill projects. It's quite lengthy, and it contained a maintenance plan for the Red Hill and the Link that was different than sort of regular maintenance of roads. Had you seen this document in the course of being a counselor, aside from preparing for the inquiry today?
Sure I did, but do I actually remember? I would have to say no, but I can assure you if it was on my agenda, what year did we receive this?
It's was prepared in 2007.
Yeah, of course. And I was present, so I would have seen it.
The inquiries received documents indicate that the budgeting for the recommendations that are set out in this plan was ultimately was taken to council and not approved by council. Do you have any recollection about that?
Nope. Not at all.
The sustainability plan included a recommendation to perform skid resistance on the Red Hill and the Link every 1 to 2 years. Would you have any recollection of this recommendation being considered by the Public Works Committee or Council in 2007?
No, and I wouldn't know how many times they're going to cut the grass there either. See, these issues don't become issues until you have another correlating issue that everybody wants to know about. Then all of a sudden you're rounding back saying, hey, it's always, everyone has a vision, right, after the fact. But the bottom line is, no, absolutely not. Do you know how many volumes and volumes and volumes of reports we've received over the last 15 years? If I told you that I remember this, you'd have to question my honesty.
I recognize that it's been a long time since you would have received this and you might not know the details. It's important for us to ask those questions.
Okay.
Sometimes things do stick in one's mind, even many years
True story.
later.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to OD6, page 7 and 8, please. And could you call out paragraph 10 at the bottom of page 7 and paragraph 11? Thank you, Registrar. Mr. Merlin, we're now in 2012 and into 2013. And you'll see in paragraph 11, thank you, Registrar. You'll see in paragraph 11 that on January 16th, 2013, PwC, including you, passed a motion that set out at the bottom of paragraph 11, where staff were directed to investigate upgrading the lighting on the Red Hill in the vicinity of the Mudstone Church Road interchanges, and directed to investigate better reflective signage.
Didn't I move this? I think it was my motion, wasn't
it? As we understand, it was Mr. Councillor Collins at the time.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's
I
must have seconded this one.
Councillor
Collins is a good man.
You'll see in paragraph 10, Councillor Collins said, "I've received a number of complaints, both past and present, regarding the dark areas of the Red Hill where the road crosses the edge of the escarpment. Staff have consistently advised that they designed the road to highest standards. Well, that might be the case. I've received numerous requests to improve the area, especially the lane markings." And then he attached a copy of the motion, which you certainly supported. I'm not sure if you were second.
Yeah, definitely. I would have seconded that.
So you'll see Councillor Collins references a particular dark area where the road crosses the edge of the escarpment.
Right.
That area was in his ward. Is that right?
It bordered ward 9 and 5, if my memory serves me correctly.
Okay, not your ward.
No.
Okay. So he had received a number of complaints about the dark area. By late 2012, early 2013, had your office received any complaints about any dark spots or dark locations or insufficient illumination on the Red Hill that you recall?
Not on the surface, I don't recall, but I do recall the issue. So it may have been with my discussion with Councillor Collins, former Councillor Collins, now MP, or just a debate itself. I don't recall the source of how I know that.
Okay. So you'll see that the motion has two directions in terms of investigation, lighting, upgrading lighting and better reflective signage and lane markings, and other initiatives to assist motorists in the same area. And then it ends with, and a full costing of all options and alternatives be presented to committee for their consideration. So just recognizing this is not your actual drafting in this motion, as a member of PwC, having passed this motion, what did you expect city staff would return to the committee with? Like generally, what would it look like? What would the package be that would come back to you?
Can you repeat the question again?
Sure. As a member of Public Works Committee, seeing this motion and having this motion be passed,
okay,
what did you expect city staff were going to return to the committee with?
With a report outlining what we're requesting. So you want me to itemize them? Like just they would take exactly verbatim what we're asking and then come back accordingly with options to fulfill the need.
In a staff report?
Yeah. Because there would be, see, anything related to a financial obligation would have to come back as a staff recommendation, either in favor or against, because it's an action item with a budgetary impact.
I see. Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 48 and 49, please? As a result of this motion, SEMA, a consultant, was retained to complete a safety report on the section of the Red Hill that is referenced in the motion. And in the inquiry, we refer to that report that SEMA created as the 2013 SEMA report. Registrar, could you pull out paragraph 114 to 116, please? So in September of that year, so the motion was in January, so by September, SEMA has prepared a draft report. Mr. Ferguson, that's David Ferguson, Superintendent in Traffic, not Councillor Ferguson. He forwarded a draft report to Councillor Collins. And he said staff are working to finalize the report to be presented to council shortly. And invited Councillor Collins to sit down with Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Cooper, both from Traffic, to discuss the report with you and the information we intend to bring forward to in the council report, that is in the staff report. Had you had experience where city staff would share a draft consultant report with you as a councillor?
On any given major item like Red Hill, or let's say the stadium, or let's say area, any issue that's really divisive and we create a subcommittee for, speaks volumes of the sensitivity. So as I mentioned to you, today more so than ever, we used to have a time when there was one narrative per day in the city. Spectator would come out with their narrative and every other lazy media would follow. And then it would just continue every day with the Spectator creating every narrative. We now have 600,000 narratives, right? So because of that, we need to create these types of committees in order to control the message, because people do get very concerned about misinformation, and we're drowning in misinformation. So we started, and we recognized this even before the extreme keyboard moronic digital age, that we need to control that message. So staff understands that type of sensitivity. We sat down with us and they would give us the heads up in case we want to communicate with our residents about what's forthcoming. That's all that is. And we would expect that because we would need them to interpret what the data means and how we can service the public accordingly.
Thank you. So I appreciate your context around misinformation in the media. We can stick to my questions. My question
Sorry,
was,
I'm just trying to give you the context of what we're dealing
it's all
with.
right. And I think you've provided the context around misinformation and around narratives and around the digital age. So if we can focus on the particular issues. My question was, had you had experience as a counselor where city staff would share a draft consultant report with you?
I'm sure they have, yeah, because of my residents having to be informed if there was something they needed to be informed about in advance of it becoming public.
Okay. And had you had the experience where staff would share a draft staff report with you?
I don't recall, but I'm sure that with the Red Hill Creek, anything that we have a subcommittee established like this, yes.
There's no subcommittee established. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't know what you mean by subcommittee
The
established.
the expressway committee.
But this came from Public Works, the initial motion.
Right, but we also have this subcommittee established. So he's a member of that subcommittee, which gives him additional leeway with respect to these types of discussions. We were appointed by Public Works to specifically deal with these issues on behalf of our residents. So what Chad is doing here, he's doing his job.
I understand that. I'm not questioning whether he's doing his job. I'm questioning whether you'd had an experience where city staff provided you with a draft staff report before they finalized it.
Probably related to the expressway because I'm a member of that committee too.
Just generally, I'm asking about your general experiences as a counselor.
Don't remember.
Don't remember. Okay. In this case, Councillor Clark is not a member of the Public Works Committee. Did you have any concerns that Councillor Clark, who eventually gets brought in to this discussion with Councillors Jackson and Collins, any concern with a non-Public Works Committee member receiving a report that is being prepared pursuant to a PWC motion?
Okay. Again, I need to remind you that Ward 9 is an impacted area. Councillor Clark represents that area.
Yes.
So he would be part of the implementation committee. Hence, although he's not part of Public Works, he should be consulting. Well, he should be part of that committee because by sheer geography, he should be part of that committee.
I see. And you're not brought into this.
I was. I didn't want to go. So just so you know, as I mentioned to you before, City Hall is a cesspool. So I only attended there when I attended meetings. So Chad would have reached out, say, hey, buddy, I'm doing this. I go for it. Give me a briefing. And then we move forward accordingly. That's how we operated. That's how we accomplished as much as we did.
Thank you. Your volume has dropped a little in the last 5 minutes or so.
Oh, sorry. I just didn't want to breathe heavy into the mic straight.
No problem. Thanks very much. Registrar, could you close this call out and go to page 75 and 76, please? So this is the November 13 Public Works Committee meeting in which a staff report responding to the motion that we were just looking at was presented. And you'll see that's at 192 of page 75. So I think I have your evidence that you didn't have any concern that the underlying consultant report was not provided at the same time as the staff report. Is that right?
That's correct. I wouldn't expect that.
Okay. The staff report said that the consultant report was available upon request. Was this the kind of issue or the kind of topic where you would actually go and dig into a consultant report?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this and can you go to RVH 668, please? And can you call up the next? Thank you. So Mr. Marilla, this is the staff report that was provided to council, and you'll see it's an information report.
Mm-hmm.
Registrar, could you bring up image 4 and 5, please? so the actual information report is only 2 pages, but then there are several pages of sorry, registrar, could you call up again image? I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. Image 3 and 4 is what I meant to say. Thank you. So Mr. Merla, this, you may or may not remember this particular information report. So the first 2 pages are the text from staff, and then there are these tables. The first is an overall study area, short-term measures that we're going to apply to the entire study area. And then on the subsequent pages, there are road segment and ramp specific countermeasures that are set out in this chart. And as you're reading the information report and the chart, how detailed a review would you have taken over these charts as compared to the actual words in the information report?
Not very much, unless, again, it's just, it would be very naive to suggest that I remember this, that I read this, and somehow randomly this became such a huge issue for me prior to any of this becoming public.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt you. That's fair. My question really was more a sense of you knowing your practice and how carefully you would review information reports. And in particular,
I'm sure I did. I just don't remember.
That's fair. So you think you did read the information report, and you think
I read everything. I just don't remember everything I read. I probably remember better from then than I do yesterday, but I'm at that age, but I really don't remember.
Fair enough. My question was really about your practice, and if you would focus on charts that are set out in information reports.
Yes, of course. During the meeting, those meetings are very protracted, right? So we have a lot of time to read a lot of information. So everything is read. The question becomes how much of it is absorbed, unless there's something really pertinent, right?
Fair enough. Registrar, could you go back to image 2 of this document, please? Thank you. And can you call it the third paragraph from the bottom? The report also reviewed. So recognizing, Mr. Merlo, that it was really Councillor Collins who had was pushing the issue of assessing the lighting on the Red Hill, the one that led to the motion.
He's a good man.
The report says the report also reviewed roadway lighting, and while the report did not recommend the installation of lighting along the entire road segment, the consultant did report. I think it's supposed to be the consultant's report recommended that lighting be installed on the westbound Mud Street on-ramp. Do you recall being left with the understanding, having read this information report, that that there was no recommendation for illumination on the main line of the Red Hill?
I don't remember.
Okay, Registrar, you could close this down. Could you go back to image 4 and 5, please? And can you call out the second half of image 5? So Mr. Merlo, this is just one example of some of the information that's in the chart that is attached to the information report. So you'll see here, there's a reference on the far left to Mud Street interchange, and then 2 different ramps. And then it says in the next column over, 65% of all ramp collisions, high proportion and frequency of SMV, non-daylight and wet surface. And then it has some recommendations, some costing, and it says ST, which stands for short term. Do you recall getting a particular brief about what SEMA had found in relation to what the cause was for different types of collisions on the roadway?
What year?
2013.
No, I don't remember. No.
You don't remember either way?
I don't. 2013, we're talking 10 years ago. I don't. Do you know any issues we have to deal with on a day-to-day basis?
I do. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to OD7, page 3 and 4, please. So just for context, Mr. Merla, it is in May of 2015 where those 2 young women die on the Parkway. Just for context, because we're going to be talking about that period of time. So really just to orient you. As a result of that November 2013 report that we were just looking at, there was a number of recommendations set out on those charts that were approved by Public Works and then approved by Council, and that staff started to do. So again, I'm just providing you some context about 2013 and 2014. In May of 2015, staff presented a follow-up report about the work they had done on those countermeasures. Again, just to provide you with a bit of context here. You'll see, Registrar, could you bring up 3 and 4? Pardon me, paragraphs 3 and 4. I'm sorry, that is not what I meant to bring up. I actually just meant to bring up 4. You can close that down. So I know, Mr. Merlo, that you said you recall that the deaths of these 2 young women quite well, given your children's connection to them, sharing a same school. Just for a context, just as a reminder, as the Spectator suggests in this article, these 2 young women, both 19, were killed when their car crossed the grassy median, colliding with a minivan. So you recall this was a crossover collision?
I do, yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Do you recall the news coverage relating to this collision and fatalities?
I do.
Just going back to the how and when complaints would flow into your constituency office, did you find that events like accidents or rainstorms or floods or those sorts of things would increase the number of complaints that you would receive about the Red Hill?
At that now we're now in 2015. So this is when all of the conspiracy narratives were developed. So there was a lot of misinformation out there at this time. This is when things really started heating up, and I think committee became defensive only because of all the misinformation. So I do. I remember this vividly.
Okay. You said conspiracy narratives a few times. I'm going to ask you to explain that, because it's not obvious what you mean by that.
Just that somehow council's hiding stuff, this whole secrecy nonsense. It's laughable. It's actually concerning, because the vast majority of people are believing the nonsense, and the vast majority of the time, it's just staff, legal staff, providing council a recommendation to keep it confidential, to not expose the city to liability. And suddenly they've generated this conspiracy narrative that council has suppressed all this information. It's so laughable. It's actually laughable to a point where it's concerning, and it's diminishing the quality of our democratic process.
In 2015, do you recall there being any concerns that Councillor PwC was somehow hiding stuff or not explaining stuff?
No, it was all on social media. So they're
in 2015. I'm sorry,
yeah,
in 2015, you recall that?
Yeah, I do, and that's what because at the meeting, if you recall, when I went up to speak to Gary Moore, I asked him if any of the nonsense was true on social media. That's 2015 really is the defining moment of when literally 300 people started dictating some of the agenda at City Hall, and the media started using them as an assignment editor, and it really truly contributed to spending tens of millions of dollars on this inquiry, which is going to be a waste of money, and it's going to be proven accordingly.
Thank you for that commentary. I will take you to the discussions you had with Mr. Moore, which happened a little bit later in 2015. In May of 2015, when these 2 young women die, you'll see that you are referenced as quoted in a Spectator article. Registrar, could you go to that at page 11 and 12, please? Registrar, can you call out paragraph 33, please? So you'll see this is an article about the death of these two young women, and you're quoted as saying, in the fourth paragraph down, I'm not saying the Parkway is unsafe, but there have been complaints and there have been other traffic fatalities. We can look at things like lighting and guardrails and get a report back from the expert. That's the responsible thing to do. And you'll agree that that's not that you can remember right now, but that's
no, I actually do remember. I
you do
remember saying,
making that quote?
yeah, that era I told you is vivid to me as a
Okay.
result of how close it was to my family. Yeah, I do recall that.
And so at the time, your position was it was important to look into lighting and guardrails and other things and get a report in terms of the safety of the Red Hill. Is that right?
No, and in order to dismiss all the conspiracy nonsense through the keyboard morons, it was out of control. Like the allegations were out of this world, and just to suggest some of the stuff being made needed to be addressed. So we needed the report again. We started governing to try to manage misinformation, and that's the world we're living at right now at City Hall. People voted yesterday based on the belief that City Council suppressed information. It never happened. Legal gave us a recommendation that we supported because of liability, and that's what corporations do. But yeah, everybody in the city voted yesterday believing that. We're in a crisis, folks.
So, sir, I just want to make sure that your evidence is very clear. At the time in 2015, after these two young women died, it was your view that the road was safe and that you needed a report to confirm that. Is that right?
We needed a report to confirm that it was safe and to dismiss the nonsense. That's correct.
And in particular, to dismiss the complaints from members of the public about darkness or slipperiness or other things.
No, not complaints. To dismiss the allegations that we somehow are part of this conspiracy to make the road unsafe and not communicating it accordingly.
Okay, and so sitting as an elected official, you of course wanted to ensure that if there were public complaints about darkness or slipperiness on the Red Hill, that those were being considered by people with expertise. Right. Is that right?
That's true. We wanted the truth to prevail. That's exactly what we're looking for, the truth.
Did you personally have any concerns about the safety of the road when you made that quote?
Personally, no. I drove the road, so no. Okay. I personally didn't.
And the deaths of these two young women didn't cause you to question the safety of the roadway? There was allegations being made that somehow. Sir, it's actually a yes or no question.
What was the question again?
Question was, did the deaths of those two young ladies cause you to question the safety of the roadway?
No, it's a question, the intelligence of people making the allegations against us and their motives.
So your answer to that question is no?
No.
Okay. Registrar, you could close this down, and can you go to page 13 and 14, please? Thank you. And can you call out 39, please? So at the May 21st, 2015 meeting, you brought a motion that is titled Additional Safety Measures on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the Link. And this is the substance of the motion. Do you recall the preparation for and then making this motion?
Yep. I spoke with staff. I would have spoken with Chad. I would have spoken to other committee members, and we needed we needed to get ahead of this issue because, again, of the growing narratives of misinformation. So we needed to ensure that, because especially the mainstream media in their demise, using a lot of the misinformation as actual fact, we needed to clean the house and say, listen, you folks are misrepresenting the facts. This public is being lied to, and we as a council had to stand up and take all this action in order to not only protect the public from the media and their nonsense and their misinformation, but also to protect the perception of this road being unsafe. And as I've said 1,000 times during my tenure, the feeling of being unsafe is as dangerous as being unsafe. So we as a council have an obligation to follow through. And if you look at all these motions, we did not take no for an answer from staff. The more the public were concerned, the more answers we were seeking. We weren't suppressing anything. These motions were opening up discussion and transparency. Yet the dishonest media decides that we're providing it secrecy, and people believe it. It really, really is a devastating crisis that we're faced with in the city, if not this province and the country.
Sir, you included additional guardrails, lighting, lane markings, and other means as aspects that staff were directed to investigate.
That's
for
correct.
the purpose of to help prevent further fatalities and serious injuries.
And further misinformation.
How did you land? How did you land on those particular components as to be listed in this? Guardrails, lighting, lane markings, and other means. Was that based on discussions with staff?
Yes, that definitely. I would not have come up with that on my own. I would have consulted with staff and or Chad particularly, because as you know, he and I were very close. So we were our go-to guys. So we would have put that together, that motion, and I wouldn't have done it on my own. It would have been a consultative process.
Recognizing, so you're asking for a report back to Public Works Committee with recommendations by December 7, 2015. So you've put a specific time frame for staff to do this investigation. Did you have a view when you made this motion about what kinds of improvements you thought staff would recommend when they came back in December?
No, I had no idea. At the end of the day, we were just trying to cover our bases and see we ensured that we were following due diligence and not just taking staff's word for it, that everything was fine. Clearly, we not only we went over and above the call of duty on this as councillors, because we continually brought forward the same question over and over, just in a different format, because we were concerned about the perception of the unsafety aspect of that road, more so than the road being unsafe. And that there's a distinct difference between the two. And in politics, it matters, because we do act on, even financially, on the perception of danger, and we mitigate that through action as politicians. But it depends on the magnitude of the cost, right? So you can address an issue of perception as long as you're not going to be entirely irresponsible financially. So this is what the balance we needed on this particular file. But I was prepared because of the significance of the perceptual dangers that we need to take action in order to combat the misinformation that this new digital age of politics has created.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 13 and 14, please? Thank you. At the same meeting, the Public Works staff had already prepared to provide an update arising out of the 2013 staff report around the Red Hill. And the staff report is set out in some detail at paragraph 40. Registrar, could you call out all of paragraph 40, please? So this being an update, the very last paragraph that's here, the report, so this is a reference to the 2013 report, also included a review of current lighting along the Red Hill between Dartnell Road and Green Hill Avenue. The original RHVP design and council approval omitted the use of roadway lighting as a result of various environmental concerns within its area. As a result, the consultant's report recommended the installation of raised permanent pavement markings, i.e. cat's eyes, to assist with positive guidance from motorists. Staff completed the installation in January 2015 and have since received positive feedback from the public. So leaving aside the reference to the cat's eyes for the moment, and the first part, the original RHVP design and council approval omitted the use of roadway lighting as a result of various environmental concerns within its area. given, as you say, there'd been a fair bit of political machination around the Red Hill for years and years, decades, what did you understand about whether lighting could be changed on the Red Hill in 2015?
Okay, so the common theme or understanding at that time was that the lighting was prohibited based on the environmental assessment. I know that Linda Lukasik and Environment Hamilton were very strong proponents of keeping that roadway dark for environmental reasons, particularly the bird migrations. So a combination of their advocacy and staff's language made us believe that it was actually built into the EA. Obviously, we found out later that it wasn't.
Thank you. And the reference to Linda
Lukasik, yes, she was
the person who ran against you?
Yes, in 2003, but not during that period of time. That was years later. So
yes,
years later, they created Environment Hamilton, right? And then, so she was the advocate of keeping that road dark, is my point. That whole group was.
I understand. I just wanted to confirm that it was clear who.
Oh, okay.
But the reference to her was. Okay.
No problem.
So you understand in 2015 that there was some sort of prohibition or restriction on the type of lighting that could be on the Red Hill as a result of environmental concerns?
Yeah, that's correct. The lighting issue is all directly related to bird migration. And we were told because of the birds, we needed to keep it dark.
Okay. And do you remember who told you that?
Again, Linda Lukasik, that group, Environment Hamilton, were advocating that. Don McLean. There were delegates coming, hundreds of them coming forward, and as well as staff alluding to it as well.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this down and call out paragraph 38 on page 13? And we're still at that same meeting, just after the deaths of these two young women, where you make a motion and also where the Public Works staff is updating from the 2013 report. At that meeting, Councillor Connolly asked for a timeline for future repaving of the Red Hill. And Mr. Moore, who was in attendance, informed the committee that the first wholesale resurfacing of the Red Hill would occur in 2021. You were on council at the time of the construction of the Red Hill. Do you remember having a sense of what your expectations were about when the first resurfacing would happen after construction? Do you have a sense of that timeline?
No, I don't, not automatically, no.
Okay. And by 2015, did a resurfacing happening in 2021?
Yeah.
Make sense to you in terms of what you thought would unfold, or was that just not on your radar?
I don't recall. Did they explain what the delay was? Because I don't recall in detail.
Well, I haven't said it was a delay. Did you feel that a resurfacing in 2021 was some delayed resurfacing? My question is what you understood, and maybe I should ask this better. In 2008, did you have a sense of when the first resurfacing would have to happen on the Red Hill?
Oh, no, I don't remember that. I don't.
Okay.
I would have suspected the average. See, in my eyes, my understanding has always been it's between 20 and 25 years. So that's for our regular roads, the life cycle. Mind you, I wish they were all within that, but they're not. But having said that would be my answer of my understanding at that time, but not directly correlated to this question, just my general understanding.
Okay, so in 2015, when Mr. Moore said that the first wholesale resurfacing of the Red Hill would occur in 2021, do you recall having any view about whether that seemed early or seemed late?
I think that's public pressure. That probably would. I'm guessing, so I'm not going to say anything. I don't know. I don't want to go down a line of guessing, so I don't want to.
Fair. Yeah. So I take it from your evidence. My question was, did you have a view about whether 2021 for resurfacing seemed early or late? And I think I'm taking from your evidence that you don't recall, and you don't try to guess what was in your mind at the time.
Yeah,
is that right?
That's exactly what I started doing, was guessing, and I don't want to do that.
Okay. Commissioner, it is 11 o'clock, and I'm moving to a slightly different topic. So I suggest this might be an appropriate time for a morning break.
I agree. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll return at 11:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. Mr. Merla, we were talking before the break about the 2015 fatalities and the Public Works Committee motion and the report that the Public Works Committee received all in May of 2015. We will come to a number of other motions and requests that Public Works makes of staff in respect of the Red Hill over the years between 2015 and into 2018. So my question is more general than specific at this point. Was it your view that the work that was completed on the Red Hill was being propelled by staff, or was it being propelled by council or the Public Works Committee?
Okay, can you repeat that question again?
Sure. Maybe I'll reframe it.
Yeah.
Who, as between the Public Works Committee or staff, was propelling the work that was done on the Red Hill between 2015 and 2018?
Who's propelling it? So, what would be a combination of public input, council direction, staff implementation, and a combination of both? I would suspect.
Did you view the staff work on the Red Hill to be reactionary to council making requests, or did you see staff as being proactive in taking steps? Or both? It's not really a binary.
Well, they were just reacting to council's reaction, right? So again, every time an incident or any time one of these narratives grew to life, we would literally have to combat it by getting more information to try to combat the misinformation. It was just a cyclical process that continued on until we are where we are now.
Registrar, can you go to OD7, page 73, please? And can you pull up 230? So this call out won't be helpful without a bit of context. You'll recall the motion from May was to report back by the December 7th, 2015 PWC meeting. And in the course of 2015, SEMA was retained to respond to the investigation that was requested in those motions. And SEMA prepared two consultant reports, one about the link and one about the Red Hill being the one that was in response to that motion. In advance of the December 7th Public Works Committee meeting, Ms. Leduc from the clerk's office emailed a copy of the 2015 Red Hill report and the 2015 link report to members of council. So that, just so that we're very clear, I'm talking about the underlying consultant reports. And that's the reference here. Right. Registrar, you can close this down, and can you go to HAM 56684, please? And can you keep image 1 up, and can you also bring image 4 up, please? Thank you. So this is a lengthy document. I can take you through it, although I know we provided it to you for your preparation today. What I'm showing you now is the cover page on the left-hand side, and then the beginning of the index on the right-hand side. Is this document familiar to you prior to your preparation for your attendance today?
Yes, I do remember receiving this particular document.
Did you review it at the time that Ms. Leduc sent it?
I think I would have, yeah, because I do remember that front page. So that's, and I also remember the issue and the tie-in to my daughters. Yeah, this whole era is more vivid to me than any other period of time you're talking about.
Okay. And so you had said earlier that you normally would not review consultant reports that were provided to you from staff. But in this case, I understand your evidence just now to be that you did actually review the consultant report. Is that
Only,
right?
only because it was emailed. So I was very responsive to emails. Like I literally would receive and respond almost automatically to everyone. So because of that, that's why I remember the front page of this, and I would have glanced through this for sure.
Okay. So you say you would have glanced through it. Fair. You might have skimmed it. You were not
Yeah, I didn't
barely
study it.
reading it word by word.
I didn't study it, but I remember. I only remember because it was emailed. So I am very responsive via email, literally like, instantly. So
Okay.
I remember receiving this. I remember opening it up.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to HAM 2470, please. I'm sorry, I misspoke. HAM 24700. Can you bring up? Thank you. Mr. Marilla, so this is the Public Works staff report. It's a recommendation report prepared for the December 7th, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting. It's quite lengthy, so I'm just showing you the first 2 pages. It also has 2 appendices, which I'll come to in a moment. And this is a recommendation report. You would have reviewed this in detail. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say detail. I don't remember this one in detail, but yeah, probably.
Okay. So you'll see the recommendations. Registrar, could you pull out the 4 recommendations on the bottom of the left-hand side, please?
Oh, I do remember this one. Yes, I do.
Good. Okay. So the first recommendation is that the general manager of Public Works be directed to implement the short-term measures that are on Appendix A, which I'll go to in a moment, and that they were going to be funded at the red light camera reserve, and then and report back to the Public Works Committee on the results of the implementation of those short-term measures. The next is that the design with respect to the medium and long-term items on the report in Appendix B would be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan. The next is that the Hamilton Chief of Police and Hamilton Police Service would be asked to undertake regular speed and aggressive driving enforcement, and that a copy of this report be provided to the Joint Stewardship Board.
Right.
Registrar, could you close that call out? Can you leave up image 1, the left-hand image, and on image right, could you bring up HAM 24701, please? So, Mr. Marula, I'm just showing you the appendices, and we will come back to them. You'll see these are short-term options. It says 0 to 2 years, and it has a number of installing some signs, trimming vegetation, installing object markers, permanent raised pavement markings, and then at the closer to the bottom, conducting a Q-end warning, conducting a study to install a Q-end warning system. Recognize you might not have specifics of knowing about these short-term measures at the time, but do you generally recall that this city staff had recommended installing a number of signage and other traffic-related countermeasures?
I do, because this, I think, would have been in reaction to one of our motions.
That's right. This is the response to the motion from May of 2015 when PW.
So of course, yeah, I would have, yeah.
You would have reviewed this and
yes.
And, okay.
For some reason, I don't remember, but I would have. But the items before me, I remember, but I don't remember this specific report.
That's fair, but you do you have a recollection that staff were saying that there was things that they could do in the short term.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay, Registrar, on the right hand side, can you now bring up HAM 24702? Thank you. And so this is Appendix B. And it has two different sets. It has medium-term options, 2 to 5 years, and then it has long-term options, 6+ years. And you'll see under medium-term, there's 2 different items.
Yeah.
Would you like me to get the registrar to call it out to make it a little bigger?
You know what? It doesn't really matter because I can't decipher what this means.
That's fair. I would
technical.
like you to be able to read the words, though.
Okay.
Is it too small for you to read the words? But if
You could put it in a different language and it would still have the same meaning to me. That's my
Fair
point.
enough. So on the medium-term options, conduct pavement friction, and the estimated cost is $40,000. And then the second is shield rock cuts in a particular area, and the estimated cost is just over $240,000. Then there's long-term measures, and those are providing shoulder rumble strips, installing a medium barrier on the link, on the Red Hill, and end-to-end illumination. And so just looking back to the recommendation side on the left-hand side, these items, because they're in Appendix B, the recommendation was that the design with requested and medium and long-term items in this report in Appendix B be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan update. So I can take you into the actual information report, but just generally, maybe I'll test your recollection. Do you recall the Transportation Master Plan process and what that entailed?
Yes, I was part of it and met with staff. Now there's an issue that we met with staff a lot on, as an example, in private before the reports were being made. And that's an example of, remember we were talking earlier about, do you ever meet with staff? Well, I do recall a number of times meeting with staff privately in advance of the release of the report because of the sensitivity surrounding some of the neighborhood impacts. And that's how they garner consultation with council and the community and putting a report together.
Just related to those earlier questions, did staff provide you with a draft of the TMP report in those discussions, or was it just conversations?
We would have had, no, I don't think we were able to keep it, but we would have had it before us. I think that there would be documents before us, but we wouldn't leave with them. That's kind of the thing.
I see. The Transportation Master Plan, I understand, was really a traffic plan, not just about the Red Hill, but about the city as a whole. Is that fair?
Right. That's correct.
And so here, the Transportation Master Plan was in progress in 2015. Is that your recollection?
I guess, yeah. I don't remember, but I will take your word for it.
Okay. So the recommendation here was to defer both the medium and the long-term items that are set out on the right-hand side, pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan. Do you recall staff explaining to you why they were making a recommendation to defer the design of these medium and long-term options?
I don't remember, but if you want to guess, I'll give you one.
Sure.
Maybe financial.
Okay. I can take you into the report itself, which you reviewed at the time, and so you probably have, that might have been at least provide some context, and I have not done that yet. I'm going to suggest, and we can go into the report, that it was in part because some of the long-term options, at least, would require a potential widening of the Red Hill. Does that?
Oh, right. Yeah, that does ring a bell. That's right.
Does that ring a bell?
And that's why we tied the EA process to that. I do recall that.
In terms of the conduct pavement friction testing as a medium-term option, do you recall if anyone explained to you why that would also be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan?
Nope, no idea.
Okay. The conduct pavement friction testing that's listed as a medium top option here at 2 to 5 years. In SEMA's underlying report, the title page that we were just looking at, it's listed as categorized as a short-term measure. Did staff make you aware that there was a distinction in the words used by staff and by SEMA about when this recommendation should be completed?
I don't remember.
And speaking more generally and not specifically about this particular recommendation and whether it was medium term or short term, just more generally, would you expect that staff would provide an explanation if they had a difference of recommendation between what the consultant was recommending versus what they were recommending?
No, the staff, again, staff always trumps everyone. So the only trust relationship we as a council or committee have is with the employees that we employ. If that employee then subcontracts a portion of his mandate to a consultant, the buck still sits with the staff. That's where the trust is. So what staff interprets is what I trust, not what the consultant says, what staff says, because we know that there's politics and everything, including consultant reports. So that staff member is the person who is in our employee trust. And if he says that consultant, that data in that consultant report was amended or not or ignored, and this is why, then we as a council, I know for a fact we would support staff over the consultant's opinion.
Thank you. That's helpful. So what I hear you saying is that you would look to staff for a recommendation that's actually being made to you. And
that's correct.
Staff recommendation that you're interested in.
That's the only one we care about.
Okay, so my question was slightly different. It was, would you expect that staff would tell you if the consultant had a different recommendation than staff?
No,
would you expect staff to say, consultant suggested this, we think this, and this is what we're recommending? Would you expect that level of transparency?
Absolutely not. And I'll explain again, going back to the misinformation, because that's how, and now staff are targets too, right? On this whole new digital age. So you start doing that, and then it just creates a lot of problems, because now you have certain council members that may want to politicize it based on an opinion that counters our staff. Then it becomes a question of whether or not our staff should be believed over our consultant. Listen, we hire our staff. Our staff hires consultants. The consultant is basically accountable to our staff member. Our staff member is accountable to us. What their relationship is, I could care less, so long as the information given to me is the best expert opinion of that staff member.
Thank you. Given the deferral pending the outcome of the transportation master plan, so just looking at what the recommendations are here in medium and long term, one of them is shield rock cuts. That's 240,000. And then the long-term options, the rumble strips are 105,000, but the median barriers are 5 million and 2 million. And then the end-to-end illumination is 810. So all of those, I'm going to say relatively high value options, they're being deferred pending the outcome of the transportation master plan. Sitting in 2015, what did you or how long did you expect this deferral to last?
I'd be guessing. I don't know if I even thought about it. So I don't know.
So looking at the nature of particularly the long-term recommendations regarding medium barriers and end-to-end illumination, to the extent that those were related to the widening of the Parkway, how feasible did you think it was going to be that the Red Hill was going to be widened? Did you have a sense of that in 2015?
Of when, or if it was going to happen then?
My question was, how feasible did you think that widening was? That it would ever happen, frankly.
Oh no, I think it will ultimately. I do support it. I've made it publicly known that it should, particularly with the advent of electric vehicles. But having said that, no, we believed that realistically we need to pursue it, not only for economic purposes, but also for public safety, because at this point, the traffic congestion, the environmental concerns associated until we have electric vehicles needs to be addressed.
Okay, so in 2015, recognizing it's hard to put yourself back in that time, but if you can, in 2015, could you anticipate whether widening would actually happen, in a decade, in 20 years, in 40 years? Like, what did you think that the horizon for widening actually happening would be?
Well, knowing how protracted of a discussion the actual building of the link and Red Hill was, which took 50 years, 53 years, I believe, or 57 to actually build, I knew it was going to be a protracted period of time. So, but we also know that the EA process is a protracted period of time. Nothing moves quickly within government, and rightfully so, because of all the layers and layers of oversight that exists. So nobody in their right mind, nobody on council, because they know the process, would have believed that this was a 5-year plan. You're looking at more 10, 15 years, 20 years, potentially.
Okay. And so reading between the lines of these two reports, but reading them together, did you understand that the suggestion of median barriers or end-to-end illumination was not likely to actually be implemented until 15 or 20 years when the roadway was widened? Did you understand that in 2015?
Again, I don't know. I don't remember the context, that particular context of the two items correlated. I don't remember.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go back into OD7, page 73 and 74, please? So the report that we were just looking at, the recommendations in those appendices, and of course that is actually an 8-page report. I haven't taken you to it, but it was presented at the Public Works meeting on December 7th. And you were in attendance. We have a video recording of that Public Works Committee meeting.
Right.
And the the overview document summarizes some of the back and forth. And so I'm just going to highlight some of the video recording, and then I may take you to it. So you'll see you asked Mr. Ferguson, who was presenting the SEMA Red Hill report and the SEMA Link report within the staff report, to reply to public comments questioning the quality of the asphalt used in the construction of the Red Hill. And just stopping there, you asked him to reply to public comments. What was the nature of the public comments you were talking about? Was that from Spectator articles? Was it from tweets? Was it from calls to your office? What does public comments mean?
It's exactly what I was referencing, all the misinformation on social media. And that's what triggered and if you have the video, then you'll have the portion in which I'm actually reading the nonsense and then think, okay, I've got to address this because these allegations are just like, it was so ridiculous. But we now live in a world where you've got to address all of these things, no matter how ridiculous, because people end up believing it. We have a cognitive deficit. So I went over to staff, and this particular staff member was Gary. And I said, Gary, listen, just confirm with me, although I know it's not true, that this is not true. So he read it. He said, yeah, it's all ridiculous. So I said, okay, I'm going to ask you the question about the 400 series highway. If the 400 series highways are actually, because I would think the thrust of this was that that road exceeded the 400 series highways, or was equivalent to something along those lines. So that's okay. That's the information I need to be made public in order to combat all the keyboard moronic stuff going on. So I went back to the mic and asked a question to a staff member to get the answer I knew was forthcoming to address the nonsense being communicated of misinformation in hashtag Hamilton, Ontario.
Okay, so just to be more specific, do you recall sitting here today what exactly the concern was, what you call the nonsense was in the public comments about the quality of the asphalt? Do you remember what exactly?
I think it was something about we knew all the stuff and we were hiding it. Again, this whole nonsense of secrecy, right? Along those lines of, oh, these guys are covering it up, or they knew, or all these, now you're reading them in headlines. Before you used to hear the one guy in Tim Hortons screaming all these conspiracy theories. Now you're actually reading on the front page of the newspaper. But that's the kind of stuff I was dealing with. And this is when when really the rise of the keyboard morons occurred in the city of Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Merla. If you could try to limit your inflammatory characterization.
I'm not trying to be inflammatory. I'm just trying to be factual.
In particular, and we will go into the recording in a moment, but you'll see at the bottom of 73 and into the top of 74, you asked Mr. Ferguson to reply to public comments questioning the quality of the asphalt. That, and recognizing you may not have mentioned it, that doesn't say anything about what council knew or what council didn't know. So my question is more specific. What do you recall about the public comments questioning the quality of the asphalt? Was it that it was slippery when wet, or was it something else?
No, that somehow we knew it was bad and we just ignored it. It was something along those lines, yeah.
That's what you recall. So it wasn't actually about the quality itself. It was about what council knew about the quality.
Or so, yeah, somehow the cover up, the secret, this whole mystic secret stuff.
Okay,
it's
so
really laughable.
I understand it. I understand it. I don't know. I obviously don't know what public comments you were looking at.
Well, just read the Spectator. You'll see all the nonsense. Just read it.
I've read many Spectator article reports. I don't see anything in 2015 that suggests that there was some suggestion. Council, please let me finish. Council covering up the asphalt. I do see reports of potentially slippery when wet. And so I'm really trying to understand, recognizing it was a long time ago, what exactly the quality of the asphalt concerns were. Not about what council knew or what council was covering up, but what was the underlying concern about the quality of the asphalt that you were asking Mr. Ferguson to respond to, if you recall.
Ma'am, I'm telling you, I had no concerns about the quality of the asphalt.
That's not my question. My question is, what would the public comment saying about the quality of the asphalt?
They were lying about the fact that we knew that the quality was bad. So those lies needed to be addressed. That's it.
So what was the quality of the asphalt that the public comments were addressing, is that it was bad? The quality of the asphalt was
that somehow we knew it was bad and we voluntarily allowed it to be sustainable accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Which is nonsense, yes.
Registrar, I hope I'm properly identifying this. I believe you just have the recording by the hearing date and not by a doc ID. It's December 7, 2015 meeting. And if you could pull up the meeting starting at 1 hour and 18 minutes, please. Registrar, I know it may take some time to get to the particular section. I just want to confirm you're not having trouble, and I don't need to provide you with a different identifier for this video.
Sorry, Council, it's the December meeting, right?
December 7, 2015. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have it at about an hour and 20. So say an hour and 19.
I need it particularly at an hour and 18.
Okay.
Thank you, Registrar.
Yeah, it might be a little loud, so just.
Thank you. Let's try it out.
Welcome, Dave. Like a long ways down. Many thanks for the report, which was very, very thorough, and I think the conclusion basically outlines a short-term plan as well as a long-term plan. But predominantly, when you look at the report and you deduce it down to the contributing factors, speed and or stunt driving or human behavior tends to be the most significant contributing factor to a number of the collisions and other issues related to public safety. Could you elaborate on that fact in itself today?
Registrar, you can stop.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Marilla, just stopping there, your comments just then were about speed, stunt driving, and human behavior. Was that your takeaway from reading the staff report, that those were the primary contributing factors to collisions on the Red Hill?
It would have been partly, but it would have been a bunch of. It would have been a collective amount of information I would have received from various sources, including police, colleagues, and staff. I wouldn't in any way suggest it was just one source. It would have been a combination of many.
Okay, so the source was not just the report, but that was your overall conclusion taken from multiple sources, is that the most significant contributing factors to collisions were speed, stunt driving, and human behavior?
And yes, and I think I've said that even prior to this meeting. I was saying that quite regularly during that period of time while this issue was brewing.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to 1 hour and 27 minutes? Perfect. 27 minutes. That's perfect.
All right, the identified countermeasures to try to address those issues. So we're trying to educate, raise awareness to the city of Hamilton and the motorists that during wet weather conditions, people have to drive at an appropriate rate of speed for that roadway. And in turn, you're obviously hoping that these numbers will come down considerably.
Okay. Madam Chair, I find a little interesting is the fact that we've separated speed from and wet roads, but in essence, if the road is wet and you're speeding, that's really contributing to the collision more so than the wet road itself. And I'm hearing a lot of nonsense on social media surrounding the fact that, to you, Madam Chair, that the city had somehow provided or put in a low-grade asphalt, which is contributing to the frequency of collisions. Can you elaborate on how much nonsense that actually is?
Madam Chair, when you look at page 3 of 8, it talks about the vehicle speeds, and I'll just state what it says here. The average of more than 500 vehicles per day traveling in excess of 140 kilometers an hour and an 85th percentile speed of 115 kilometers an hour. When you look at the Parkway design.
Thank you, and you can close the video. So, Mr. Marula, just that's your reference to nonsense, which I think is what we were talking about earlier. And
I think I almost said it verbatim.
I don't think you did.
Nonsense, I mean.
Oh, yes, you said nonsense for sure. But you said nonsense relating to the quality of the asphalt and the city putting down low-grade asphalt. You didn't say anything about this city council having knowledge or covering up anything.
That's one in the same.
Refresh your memory about what you were concerned about in 2015?
That's exactly what I said earlier. I said they were claiming that we put down bad asphalt and we were suppressing that information, that we're hiding it, that we're covering it up. How's that differ from what you just said?
Okay, so what do you remember? And maybe this might not refresh your memory, but having read it, having listened to it, what exactly the concerns were in the public about the asphalt being low quality?
About it being a cover-up. That was the catalyst to my asking the question to combat the keyboard morons providing misinformation in the city of Hamilton.
So if I can just interject for a moment, Mr. Marilla, I think we've got that point loud and clear.
Thank you.
But let me just remind you of a couple of things. One, the city council has called this inquiry.
Yes.
Two, the city council has given us some specific terms of reference.
Yes.
Okay? They, in respect of non-disclosure, they don't go to that point. They go to two specific questions, which we've been asked to look into. One was, why was the Tradewind report not made available, or the substance of it not communicated to council prior to 2019. And the second, what does one make, I'm speaking generally, of the actions of staff when it was discovered in or about September of 2018 by Mr. McGuire. Okay, all the other questions effectively go to the safety of the road. Okay, whether or not it was safe, whether or not there were things that could have been done that weren't done. That's the context in which Commission Council is asking these questions, and I would ask that you listen to them. And if I can give you an example, the issue which you yourself identified in the meeting, but somehow have difficulty articulating today, is that the concern about the low asphalt wasn't merely that that City Council was concealing that, which might perhaps go to a financial question or whatever, but rather that the low asphalt was contributing to accidents on the highway.
Sir, what I'm saying to you is,
So that I'm just trying to describe the difference. That it's that question that we're trying to understand. We're only trying to get the facts. We're
Yes.
trying to understand how you understood this issue about the low asphalt in the context of the terms of reference we have. And so the questions that council will ask are directed towards that, and that alone.
okay, so I was reading social media as I was chairing that particular meeting, sir, and I was reading the allegations that we as a city, we as a council, knowingly put down low-grade asphalt, knowingly covered up the fact that we put down this low-grade asphalt. I asked the city staff, I said, look at this nonsense that's being distributed in our community. There's some misinformation. I let them read it. It was Gary that actually read it. So I'm going to ask you to clarify this because might grow legs. And in 2015, this was just when it started beginning all these narratives. So I went back to the mic and I asked that question. That's exactly how that
I understand that, but that's not, if I may say, that's not, that point is well understood.
Okay.
Okay. You've made it very clear a number of times, but council is asking you a different question.
I'm not understanding the different question. What's the different question?
The different question is the public, as you understand it, said that the asphalt was a low quality. And the question is, well, what has that got to do in your mind with, if anything, with safety? And you said in that meeting that the social media take was that there was low quality asphalt and that was contributing to accidents on the highway. Now, that is the point that council has been asking you to consider. Was that what you believed at the time? Or is that extraneous? The real question was just in social media, there was some alleged cover-up associated with low quality asphalt.
Yeah. So ask me the question again. Just because I don't know what distinction you're looking for here. Okay.
Is it that there was a cover-up and you were concerned that council was being alleged to participate in a cover-up with respect to low quality asphalt? Or was it that there was a cover-up that there was low quality asphalt that was contributing to accidents on the highway?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that distinction, it's about that we as a council were covering it up, and that the community was.
Another way of putting it is, what were you allegedly covering up?
Oh, the fact that we knew it was dangerous and we were allowing it to be open, the road be open.
Okay. Well, we've spent 15 or 20 minutes attempting to understand exactly that point. That is the distinction
Yeah.
that council was trying to
Okay.
address. And that just, I intervened solely for the purposes of understanding the questioning further on.
Maybe it was me. I really was
Yeah.
confused by the
That
distinction.
is
Yeah.
the issue that we're trying to address.
Okay.
Is the significance of any allegation of cover-up for safety, potential safety on the highway, and for the actions of council and to the extent it motivated them, and the actions of staff to the extent it motivated them.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And my apologies if I made this more difficult than
Thank
it
you.
should have been.
Okay, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. Registrar, could you go back into OD7, page 96? I'm sorry, I utterly misspoke. Page 73 and 74. Thank you. Mr. Merlin, I'm not going to take you back into the video recording itself. We're just going to rely on the summary that is here at page 74 about your back and forth with Mr. Moore and what he said. If you'd like to go back into the video, I can.
No, I prefer to write it. I know I prefer this.
Good. So Registrar, could you pull out 233 to 235, please? So you first asked the questions to Mr. Ferguson, and that was Mr. Ferguson's voice in the video recording that we were listening to. And then he defers to Mr. Moore, and you asked Mr. Moore, who's also present there, to elaborate on the quality of the asphalt used, asking whether the city was using low-grade asphalt in comparison to that used by the MTO. And Mr. Moore replied that the city had used SMA in the construction, and that was the MTO's top mix for high-speed freeway type roadways. So just stopping there, did you otherwise, before asking this question, know that the Red Hill had been constructed using a particular pavement that was viewed as that sort of the preferred mix by the MTO for freeways?
No. At that point, I was simply saying, I think I may have asked him, I said, in comparison to like the QEW, like how does this road compare? And he, I think, said, while I was on the sidebar, it's either the same or better. But I said, but not worse. He said, no.
Okay.
That was it.
But you didn't have any specific knowledge in advance that it was SMA or that he was going to mention
no,
that it was SMA.
no idea. And he wouldn't have. See, Gary would know better not to mention it because I wouldn't even know what SMA is. So,
sure. So in paragraph 234, Mr. Moore informed you and everyone else at PwC that the MTO had performed initial friction testing and received results that were at or above what the MTO typically expected from high-grade friction mixes. And he informed PwC that they had performed subsequent testing 5 years after, in approximately 2012 to 2013, finding that the road was holding up exceptionally well, and that there was no concerns, that we have no concerns about the surface mix. Do you remember Mr. Moore telling you about the friction testing that MTO had completed around construction, and then subsequent testing that had been completed in 2012 to 2013?
so ask me that again. I'm sorry.
Do you recall that the interaction that's referenced at paragraph 234?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you remember specifically Mr. Moore saying there was friction testing done twice and we have no concerns about the surface mix?
Only because I reheard that video within the last year. Which refreshed my memory of that entire discussion.
Okay. And do you mean in the last year? Do you mean in preparation for the inquiry? Do you mean
in
preparation
in my own research and going back and looking at that video on YouTube?
Okay. I think, in fact, you might have looked at it back around sort of late 2018 or early 2019 when the trade window report was disclosed. Is that right?
Maybe, yeah.
Would you have expected Mr. Moore to provide the underlying results of the friction tests that he was referencing to members of the Public Works Committee or Council in response to your questions back in 2015?
I'm sorry? Can you say
Would
that
you have
again?
expected Mr. Moore to provide the results of
Of
the friction test that he was referencing
No.
to Public Works?
No, because again, it wouldn't mean anything to us
Sure,
unless,
so you rely on
Yeah.
the oral statements of Mr. Moore?
absolutely, yes, absolutely.
We have we have tread this ground before, but just as a matter to close up this question, these questioning,
Sure.
did you personally have concerns about the asphalt quality or pavement quality coming out of the December 7th meeting?
No.
Okay. From your perspective, how did the assurances or the responses you received from staff at that meeting impact your assessment on whether the RHVP was safe to drive on?
I never had any doubt because we were never informed that there was an issue. The only input we were receiving that there was a concern was from outside forces that we believe were politically driven, where we needed to combat. None of these motions, I think, were ever created by my believing the staff were misleading me and the road was unsafe. It was all politically driven to deal with the messaging.
Okay.
We really didn't believe it was dangerous. If it was, we would have closed it.
You didn't believe it was dangerous?
Well, when I say we, Councillor Collins and I.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to 77 and 78 of OD7, please? Thank you. So you'll see at the bottom of 77, the Lakewood Beach Community Council emailed the mayor and council, including you, about a request they were making in advance of ratification of the decisions made at PwC. So there's a council meeting on December 9, flowing from the PwC meeting on December 7. And Lakewood Beach Community Council, are you familiar with that community group?
Very much so. They're a political group more than a community group.
Okay.
It's important to recognize that. Like, they're actively engaged in defeating the local candidate there.
Okay, so they say we're too late to have this added as an agenda item, but we're writing to you directly to have you consider adding one recommendation from the consultant's review to the list of improvements. Registrar, could you pull at the top of 78 just so that we can see it a bit more clearly? In particular, the LBCC asks that pavement friction testing be a short-term measure rather than a medium-term measure. And they mention their views on why, which is the majority of the types of collisions that are found in the consultant report. And they say, second paragraph to the bottom, when speaking to the public, most state the road feels slippery on the Red Hill. We've not heard this about the link. And so they conclude with saying, since the majority of the collisions are single car occurring in the daylight in clear weather, but with road surfaces, we are respectfully requesting you consider adding this friction test to the short-term recommendations. So you can close that down. Mr. Marilla, sitting here today, do you recall receiving that email from the LBCC, which was copied to you?
I don't recall, but I would have seen it as just political nonsense because they're not a legitimate community group. They are a political entity, politically motivated. And frankly, had I seen that, I would have been more concerned about it being on the agenda as misinformation than anything else. Because no different than the truck convoy and following the anti-vaccination process, if we were to start looking at all these makeshift community groups that are politically motivated and start taking their recommendations in government, we'd all not be vaccinated. So it's important that we recognize who the experts are.
I'm going to interrupt you, sir. You're getting off topic.
No, I want to focus in on the experts. They're not experts, my staff are, and that's why I would not consider this to be legitimate.
So at the time, if you reviewed it, you would have disregarded it because it came from the Lakewood Beach Community Council. Is that your evidence?
They have no legitimate perception.
It was a yes or no question. Is that right?
Because they're not legitimate.
Okay.
That's
And
important.
even though they're referencing information from the consultant report, that would not have swayed your view about whether to consider the request that they're making. Is
You
that
have
right?
to consider the source, and because they've tainted their behavior towards council, the source is not a credible one, and I'm surprised you're bringing it forward publicly. I'll be honest with you.
Okay. Councillor Jackson, you'll see at 247, moved the LBC's correspondence to be referred to the next Public Works Committee meeting. And that's a process that councillors can undertake, right? Rather than
Yeah.
having it brought directly to council, which is not the appropriate way, you take it back to the committee who should be looking at it.
Of course, that is the appropriate means of addressing it.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 109 and 110, please? In the lead up to the next Public Works Committee meeting, so the correspondence has been referred to the next Public Works Committee meeting. You'll see at the bottom of 109 and the top of 110. Councillor Jackson, who's the one who moved the correspondence back to PWC, emailed Mr. Ferguson, again, Dave Ferguson, Superintendent of Traffic, about the agenda, and he copied Mr. Moore and Ms. Leduc, and he asked to look over the item, this reference to the correspondence, in which LBCC suggests that friction testing should be a short-term measure based on the recommendations of the consultant CIMA. And he says, in fact, Registrar, could you bring it up? Because my eyes are getting tired. Mr. Jackson's email at the bottom of 343, please. Thank you. So he says, I suggested this group when I referred this correspondence that even though a number of their suggestions were already being considered by your department and on council to-do list, I would still consult with you to determine if their correspondence had any new suggestions that were worthy of your review and a possible report back to committee in the future. Thoughts on what I should do, other recommendations, etc. So you can close that down. And then if you could call up 345 to 349, please. So Mr. Ferguson says, I believe that part of the overall works, this is already being covered off, road testing friction. And he copied Mr. Moore for clarification. Councillor Jackson responded, thanks. And if Mr. Moore concurs, then he will move the LBCC correspondence to receive their correspondence only. So just stopping there, receiving the correspondence only means that PwC is not going to have a discussion about it. Is that right?
It's not going to be an action item.
Okay. And so Mr. Ferguson says, yes, I concur with that. And then the PwC does receive the correspondence with no further discussion. You don't remember any further discussion about that, right?
If it was received, you wouldn't do it. You can't discuss items that are being received.
I see. Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 111, please? And if you can call it 350. Mr. Ferguson emailed the LBCC on February 16th, and he copied the Office of the Mayor, the Public Works Committee, which would have included you, some of his superiors within traffic, and Mr. Moore. And he says, your email was requesting that the identified friction test on the Red Hill be considered for short-term testing. Through the support from Public Works Committee, I'm pleased to inform you that this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016. So stopping there, do you know what support from the Public Works Committee Mr. Ferguson would be referring to if the correspondence had only been received?
Support. Okay, can you ask me that question again?
Sure. So you'll see the second line in the second paragraph. It says, through support from Public Works Committee, I'm pleased to inform you this testing will be completed in 2016. And you said earlier that receiving correspondence means there's no discussion about it. Do you know what support from Public Works Committee Mr. Ferguson is referring to?
Okay, when I say discussion, just for clarity purposes, I meant on the floor of council.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we can have these discussions outside of it, but once you receive something, you can't discuss it. So, and now you're asking me if I recall this?
I'm just asking, and again, this is not your language, this is Mr. Ferguson's, but it says through support from Public Works Committee. And I was wondering if you had any insight into what support Public Works Committee gave to friction testing being completed in 2016.
Be completed. I don't remember unless it was built in. See, sometimes we'll get a large report, and within those large reports, unless somebody highlights it, we're not aware of other aspects. So it could be buried in a larger report where testing was built into a process, a protracted process, and then they're referencing that particular report that could have been born at the beginning of the discussion of the expressway, or it could have been born years before, is my point.
Okay, so it sounds like you're speculating a little.
Yeah, I'm very much so speculating.
That's fine. Do you have any recollection of Public Works or yourself providing any support in any form to having friction testing being completed in 2016?
I don't remember any of this, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, can you go to page 177 and 178 of OD7, please? In 2017, Mr. White, Martin White from Traffic, sent an information report to all of council. Registrar, actually, can you bring up the actual document? It's HAM 25870, please. Thank you. So this is an information update, and it's to members of City Council from Transportation. Is this the kind of document that you would have reviewed carefully upon receipt in terms of what you called before the pecking order?
Information updates aren't on the pecking order or priority pecking order, so it would be probably third on the list. So everything, as I mentioned to you, is read because some of these meetings are very protracted, 12, 14, 15 hours. So we're actually seeking things to read. So I can confirm that I've read it. I just don't remember reading it.
Okay, so this is an information update. It's not related necessarily to a Public Works Committee meeting. I think it just gets forwarded to you rather than being part of an agenda. Am I understanding how information updates work, that they can just be sent absent some agenda that they might be connected to?
Yeah, I think come individually on their own, just to provide an update on any issue that someone might be very closely aligned with. And then this one, I would see this one really doesn't provide you, nothing in this particular report would slap you and say, okay, you need to take the action because things are moving forward, right? There's a plan in place. It's just giving us an update. So
this is a good news story. There's been a bunch of safety measures that have been done.
Yeah, essentially.
Might be useful for you if a member of the public contacts you, you can say they're doing their work. Okay. Yeah. So you'll see on Appendix A that there's a number of things that have been completed. And there's also reference to completion at, in the spring or the summer. And then there's reference, you'll see about halfway down, works to be completed during resurfacing 2018 to 2021. You see that?
Oh, sorry. We're on.
We're
on 2 of 3, right? We're on page 2 of 3.
Yeah, on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And it's about 6 up from the bottom. Install recessed pavement markings from Green Hill to.
Yes, I do see. Yes, I see that. Yeah.
And then on the other side, it says works to be completed during resurfacing. You see that?
Yep.
Did you understand by 2017, this is March 2017, whether there was a resurfacing of the Red Hill that was starting to be programmed?
I can't remember. I don't know.
Okay.
You'd have to be like really hands-on with the stuff to be remembered, as because we're more of a like oversight body. That kind of memory, you'd literally need to be at the front lines to remember this kind of stuff.
I understand. Our resurfacing can cause a lot of inconvenience to the public, and so one of the reasons I'm asking is to see how closely you were tracking when a resurfacing might happen and why.
Oh, I see what you're
I
saying.
think-
Yeah.
I think
No, I wasn't tracking because honestly, I wasn't concerned.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and go to the next page, please? So this is Appendix B, which we looked at before. You'll remember it's the same things. And there's again reference to review and be considered during resurfacing on some of the long-term options. And the conduct pavement friction testing is listed as complete. From what your evidence has been today, I expect your answer to whether you noted that is no. Is that right?
I would concur. Yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you bring up RHV 720 and RHV 847, please? And you can call them up side by side.
Sorry, Council, you said the second one a little too fast for me.
Of course, RHV 847.
Thank you.
Mr. Murillo, these are two motions that you moved at Public Works, one in November of 2016 and one in August of 2017. And they both relate to speed or speeding on the Red Hill. One is about photo radar, or pardon me, it's about when photo radar was available to use it. And then the other is about speeding being an ongoing concern and directing a study of the feasibility of reducing speed. Do you remember making these two motions in
Yes, vividly. Yep.
Okay, and why did you bring forward these motions? Recognizing they're different motions at different times, but they do seem to be connected to speeding.
Okay, so in all of the studies that I read and then discussing the issue of accidents on both Lincoln and Red Hill with staff, police, colleagues, the public. Again, getting back to the speed, the wetness, and the geography of the road was really my response consistently with everyone that presented to me an allegation that there was an issue with the pavement and or the road by extension. So in my belief that speed, geometry, and wetness, that I asked staff what part of the road was more vulnerable to those three elements. And the section that presently is 80 kilometers is the road in which, and the section of road in which they said would be a good idea. So in my consultation with them, I said, could you support something like that? They said, well, we'll see, kind of thing, bring forward your motion. Which I did, which I'm very proud of, and which today exists because of it. So that's the reason why I did the speed. And on the, what was the other question? Sorry.
My question was, why did you bring forward these motions?
Oh, because of the geometry, the speed, the wetness, and this to me was a countermeasure to all of that, because speed is in all collisions the number one contributing factor.
Were you in favor of the speed limit being reduced when you sought the second motion on the right-hand side? Or did you just want to understand if it was an advisable course of action?
No, I wanted it reduced because clearly the police are saying, and staff and others, that the combination of speed, wet road, and geometry played a role. So we knew already, based on the reports that we had to date, anecdotally, verbally, and formally, that those were the three elements that played a role in most of these collisions. So what better way of dealing with that presenting problem than trying to mitigate one of those elements, and the speed would be the one that would mitigate it the most.
Okay, so by bringing the motion on the right-hand side, you want to study for the feasibility and the safe benefits of reducing the speed limit. But was that, if I'm hearing you correctly, your ultimate goal was to have the speed reduced?
Oh, yes. The wording of that is, so we need to have it studied. Nobody would get support on council without studying an issue, right?
Okay.
Unless, of course, it's a stop sign. That we've been able to change, because that we don't need reports for anymore. But having said that, on this one, you always need to look at the feasibility, or else you won't get support of council, because then you're boxing everybody into the issue without even knowing what the potential consequences are.
Thank you. You said just a moment ago, the section that is presently 80 kilometers is the section of road where they said it would be a good idea, I think, to reduce the speed, is what you were saying.
Yep.
Now, just to confirm, the entirety of the Red Hill is one speed limit, has the same speed limit, right?
Yes, I believe so. Now it's 90 and 80. Yes. But there was a period of time where there was only one section. But then, in all fairness, it ended up almost becoming like an entrapment for speed. So they've made it consistent throughout.
They made it consistent at 80 kilometers an hour, right?
On the one and 90 on the other.
Okay. Do you mean the link?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. That's all right. I just wanted to make sure that I understood your evidence.
No, I get it. I should have been more
It
clear.
did change over time. We'll get there. In fact, let's talk a little bit about the speed limit study that came out of this motion. Registrar, can you go to OD8, page 89, please?
Sorry, Council, which OD?
8, page 89. That I think is not what I'm looking for. Why don't you try 69? Maybe that was a typographical error. $49. Apologies, it was a typographical error. Thank you. And Registrar, can you pull out 134, please? Actually, 134 or 135. So we were just looking at a motion, your motion from August of 2017. And it looks like there was some period of time before the speed limit study was initiated, i.e. by actually contacting an expert. This is a reference that we have to you that relates, it appears, to this motion. On January 22, 2018, Mr. Ferguson emailed your assistant to arrange a meeting with you regarding his motion relating to reducing the speed on the Parkway, and the meeting was arranged for February 7. We don't have any notes from that meeting or any further information about it. Do you remember attending a meeting with Mr. Ferguson and perhaps others in traffic about your motion to reduce the speed limit on the parkways?
Yeah, I think I referenced that earlier. I didn't, you know what, I couldn't remember who was part of that meeting. But as I mentioned earlier, when I had the thought of bringing this forward, I didn't meet with staff to try to determine the geometry, just remember the wetness, the geometry, and the speed. And they did, I recall someone showing me, I don't remember whom or who, that section would probably be primed for that type of theory, where the geometry was the most complex in maneuvering.
Thank you. I think you need to move your microphone back up closer to your mouth.
Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. So I did hear what you had to say. And just as a matter of clarity, so this is about 6 months after your August 2017 motion.
Oh, sorry. That would have been before. So I met with
that would
staff
have been
prior.
before. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you remember 6 months after you made the
No.
motion, why they would be meeting with you?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No idea.
Registrar, could you close this and go to page 60? And can you pull out 161? So the meeting that was scheduled was on February 7th. And then on February 22nd, Mr. Cooper is talking to SEMA consultants about the speed limit study that had not yet been started. And he said the project was on hold until they had a chance to discuss with a member of council. Looks like there'd already been a meeting scheduled, so I don't really understand their chronology, but does this assist at all with discussions that you had with either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Ferguson about the speed limit reduction motion that you made?
No,
Do you
but
remember
maybe,
having?
no, it could have been like, I don't remember this.
It's okay. I know it was a long time ago. Do you remember any circumstance in which staff said that they were going to delay proceeding until they got input from you or anything like that?
No, they wouldn't do that. They would probably, unless it was a consultation. Yeah, well, maybe no, but you know what? I would remember that, and there would be a reason for that, unless another counselor wanted to get more information on it.
Sure, it
before
doesn't
they
say it's
voted.
you. I recognize that. So this speed limit study is eventually initiated. Did you have any concerns with the staff taking, it looked like 6 months before they really started to move to retain an expert and investigate the feasibility of reducing the speed limit as you had suggested in your motion?
See, I don't want to second guess what the timeframes. There must be an explanation. I don't know what that explanation is, but I don't want to be unfair and judge something without understanding if it was by design or not and why.
Fair enough. And so my question really is, after 6 months or so, would it pop into your head, I haven't sort of heard anything about that?
Yeah, that happens a lot with a lot of issues.
Okay. Recognizing there may have been lots of reasons for the lack of initiation, just generally your expectations as a counselor, how quickly would you expect staff to initiate information in response to a motion by PwC?
You know, I don't have an actual time frame in my mind, but if you were to ask me, I would say sooner rather than later, but I wouldn't have the internal understanding of the process of queuing these types of reports, unless, of course, we as a council provide a certain time frame, which we do. So if I would have said we need this report by a certain date, then they would meet that obligation. If not, they would in advance tell us. The other thing that we changed, if you look at our agendas today, that we have pending items. So although it took 6 months, it would have been on the agenda as a pending item with a projected date of completion. So although it took 6 months, we would have all knowingly been accepting that and approving it at every public works meeting because it's right on the agenda, pending items, and then the date of projected completion. So if somebody had an issue, including myself, I should have brought it up, which I didn't, and nor did anyone else.
I see. When did that change to adding pending items happen, if you have any recollection? Like was it in this past term of council? Was it the term before?
Oh no, it's been a while. No,
it's
been like we're talking 15 years, like if not longer. Yeah.
I see. Registrar, you can close this down, and can you go to OD9A, page 79 and 80, please? Thank you, Registrar. Could you call up 197, please? Thank you. So on September 11th, you received an email from a member of the public. In fact, sorry, you received it on September 10th, and you forwarded it thereafter to Mr. McKinnon. The email from the member of the public on September 10th included the following information. So they reference a scary moment today where that car slid out of control, spun a 180 and went up over the curb onto the grass. It was only going 40 kilometers and obviously no ice. How could this happen? And then she the member of the public references a tow truck driver and who said the road is paved with some material that is notoriously slippery when wet. He'd already had numerous incidents this morning. And she witnessed 2 incidents while she was waiting. Thankfully, I'm fine. I had a good cry when I got home, the member of the public says. And then she, at the bottom, says, the city knows about this troublesome paving. Why aren't they informing us? Why are there no warning signs? Why isn't the road closed when it rains? What kind of tragedy needs to unfold before the city is held accountable? And then at the very bottom, I'll be contacting the local media. Despite inconclusive, she says in quotes, asphalt testing, the reality is staring us in the face. This road is unsafe. Do you remember receiving this email?
Vividly. And I was sitting, I think, right where I'm sitting now. Literally.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this down. I'm not sure if you're sitting at home or sitting.
I'm sitting at home. Yes, I'm
in
sitting at
your
home.
office. And then you can see your response at 198. Registrar, could you pull that out? You say there's absolutely no truth to that statement. By copy of this email, I will have our professional staff provide input on the asphalt quality. So what statement in the email you received are you referring to when you say there's absolutely no truth to that statement?
That the city knows there's a problem and we're covering it up. That's the narrative that triggered that response.
Okay. And so there is reference in that email about the material being notoriously slippery when wet. That's reported as a tow truck driver saying that. What was your view of whether the pavement surface was safe at the time?
Again, I thought the pavement was fine. I had no concern about the pavement, hence my response.
Okay. And so why did you provide the copy of the email to professional staff to provide input?
So that we can, again, because I was concerned at that time because of the narratives that were created on social media, that this was a byproduct of that because it was the same kind of theme, right? So then I flip it over to staff so that they can be informed to clear up the misinformation.
I see. So by September 2018, you in fact had been informed through all of these public complaints that people had concerns about the underlying pavement on the Red Hill. Is that right?
Right, but we weren't covering anything up.
I understand.
Yeah.
By September 2018, you're aware that there's anecdotal concerns about the pavement surface?
Anecdotal concerns that weren't being covered up. That's correct.
Okay. The member of the public also references inconclusive asphalt testing. Were you aware of what asphalt testing she was referring to?
I think she was referring to an article that was written, and the content of the article would have alluded to that. That's my recollection of how she would know that.
And how did you know that she was referencing that?
Just because I know in all the years of being the timing of this, the references, and that's how it works. So again, getting back to the narrative, the story would be printed, she would be reading it, she would have an issue, and then she would tie the two together and then compound the allegation that we're covering it up and the city's responsible.
Thank you. So there were some Spectator articles in July of 2017 and then in August of 2018 that reference inconclusive friction testing with quotations attributed to Mr. Moore and later Mr. McGuire. Do you recall reviewing those Spectator articles?
No, but I told you.
But somehow you were aware that the reference to quote unquote inconclusive asphalt testing, that those were from Spectator articles?
Absolutely.
And I'm sorry to.
It comes with experience. It really does. It's an intuition.
Okay, it's an intuition because it was in quotations?
Because I know how news is deciphered in this city. I've been running for office for 25 years. So I get an email, I can read it, and I'll tell you exactly the source of the information, where they got it, and how it was distributed and why. And it just comes naturally to me now after all these years. It's been 40 years since I worked on my first campaign. So There's not much people can pull over my eyes.
Okay. So I have to
But
say,
in this case, no one was
I-
pulling anything in my eyes. She was being misinformed by the Spectator, and that misinformation was sent to me, and I had to respond to our professional staff to clear up the misinformation. That's what I was
Okay.
doing here.
So recognizing you may have a talent for this that I'm not seeing, I'm just, what about the quote unquote inconclusive asphalt testing that's referenced in this public complaint? What about that led you to believe that that had been referenced in a Spectator article?
Because that was probably in the headline.
But you just said probably. So can you assist me
Because I'm
more?
just telling you how it process, when I receive information, I just have an ability to understand where it's coming from. And most of the information is coming from social media. It used to only come from there, and the mainstream media would correct it. Now the mainstream media uses that as an assignment editor, hence what we have before us here. That's how I know. That's my statement. That's what I believe. That's my opinion.
Okay. So how did you know that the reference to inconclusive asphalt testing was misinformation?
Well, misinformation in the sense that they're creating hysteria by suggesting it's inconclusive isn't so much that it's misinformation. What it does, it creates the anxiety that ties into the public's angst about the road. So rather than trying to say the data is inconclusive, other studies, it doesn't mean it's unsafe. The story leans towards, oh my God, don't drive that road perhaps because we don't know. We've had studies and it's inconclusive. Hence, let's all assume the road's going to kill you. That's because if it doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead. That's how the media operates. They want nothing to do with good news, everything to do with bad news. Hence, why I can decipher fiction from fact. And
Okay.
when narratives are being created intentionally.
Okay. So did you in September of 2018 know whether or not friction testing had been done on the Red Hill?
Can't recall, but I really don't remember.
Okay. And did you know that asphalt testing that had been done had been deemed inconclusive?
I do remember reading that in Spectator, I believe.
You do?
Probably from the Spectator, but not from a report.
Okay.
I believe the issue, but my frustration about this is that inconclusive is being narrated as it being unsafe rather than potentially safe. They lean towards the worst case scenario in their stories rather than the best case scenario, which creates the hysteria, which led to this multi-million-dollar waste of time. My apologies, but I really believe that.
In terms of your evidence before, it was a little unclear, but now I think I'm hearing that you read in the Spectator that there was reference to inconclusive asphalt testing, and that's how you were able to piece the reference in this email back to a media report. Is that
Either
right?
that or I assumed it based on my ability to do that. I don't remember. I just know that that particular item would have been born within the nonsense of the way news is delivered in the city. That's all I'm saying. So the main culprit of that is Hamilton Spectator. So that's what I'm saying.
I think I have your evidence on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Registrar, could you go to OD9A, page 91? Mr. McGuire responds. Registrar, could you pull out 231, please? So at this point, Mr. McGuire had taken over the role of Director of Engineering from Mr. Moore. Had you, prior to September of 2018, had you had many dealings with Mr. McGuire? He'd of course been in the city before, but this was a new role for him.
Yeah, of course I would have. Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. McGuire responded to a member of the public, the email we were just looking at. He says, as you mentioned, this testing has come back with inconclusive results. That's in the second full paragraph. And as a result, we're expediting the surfacing of the roadway to occur in 2019. And you're copied on this email. I was just triple checking that. Did you understand that there was any relationship between inconclusive test results and the city's decision to expedite resurfacing on the roadway?
No, I don't think there wasn't a technical correlation. There may have been maybe a public one because of the public pressure. But again,
Okay.
inconclusive means it's not safe, it's not unsafe. It just means no one knows. So
Sir, I'm
again,
just trying to understand what your knowledge was at the time.
yeah, I'm just trying to emphasize. So sometimes we act based on a perceptual problem rather than an actual problem. And that's an important distinction that people need to recognize, because the perception of being unsafe is as dangerous as being unsafe because they believe they are. So we make decisions every day and spend money every day to protect people from perceptual dangers because it's the right thing to do.
In September of 2018, when this email, Mr. McGuire sends this email back to the member of the public, what insight did you have about the timing of the Red Hill repaving process?
I had no issues about the repaving process.
My question was, what insight did you have about the timing?
Insight as in?
When you thought it was going to occur, if you knew.
I thought within, I'm guessing, I would say as soon as possible would be my answer.
Okay. Mr. McGuire references here resurfacing in 2019, and I was sort of asking, apart from this email from Mr. McGuire, did you have a clear view about when resurfacing was going to occur?
Knowing that everything has to go through a procurement process, we know these things can't happen overnight. So period of time in order to be open and transparent about the process. Now, if we were to start sole sourcing, we could have done a lot quicker, but then we have to deal with a whole other different narratives and nonsense. So he did what he did within policy and within the timeframes allotted to him to do it appropriately.
Sure. So my question is not about this email about Mr. McGuire.
Just trying to clarify the issue.
Apart from this reference that resurfacing was going to happen in 2019, did you, as a member of council or PwC, have a sense in September of 2018 when resurfacing was going to happen?
Well, knowing it was just before an election, I would have probably hoped it would be tomorrow.
Right.
But I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I understand, hopes and prayers, but did you have any sense of whether it was actually going to happen sometime, at least to be announced before the election?
Just based on
summer?
Yeah,
No.
just based on experience, we know that it has to go through like finance or procurement process,
right?
And that takes time.
Okay.
So we know it can't happen quickly, but
okay,
we always want it done sooner rather than later.
I see. We know that in early 2019, Mr. McGuire, we know that in early 2019, the existence of the Tradewin report came to the attention of council, including you, and you're now familiar with the Tradewin report. Is that right?
I'm familiar with that. Yeah.
The inquiry has received evidence that Mr. McGuire accessed the Tradewin report through a city document management system on September 26, 2018, 2 days before he sent this email back to this member of the public. Would you have expected that the findings of the Tradewin report would have been brought to your attention by Mr. McGuire as part of the emails that you had leading up to this response that he eventually sent?
Why would he? That would be not protocol. So
no?
No, that would be a no. That would be out of that. That would be insubordination. He'd have to go to a superior, not council. He can't circumvent superior and go directly to council with any information. It's a management issue, right? So if he would have found that report and gone to council, it's just not the proper channel of communicating.
Okay, I think what you're saying is that Mr. McGuire would have followed a channel within city staff rather than reporting to you directly.
That's correct. Right? Yeah, that would be inappropriate for him to come to us. Yes.
Okay. All right. Registrar, could you go to OD9A, page 14, please? And can you call it paragraph 22. So this is an email amongst city staff. You're not copied on it. It's from May of 2018. And it's an administrative assistant who notes in respect of the impact of the October 2018 election on reports being brought, what reports should be and should not be brought to council. And the administrative assistant confirms that no reports of a sensitive nature are to be brought forward past July 27, as there is a possibility of a lame duck council due to elections. You're familiar with the concept of lame duck councils?
We're in it right now.
We are indeed. The election was in October of 2018. Were you aware in 2018 of a policy or a practice by staff not to bring reports of a sensitive nature to council past a particular date in advance of an election?
No, it has nothing to do with a date. It has everything to do with lame council. So even so, it's really responsible, because think about this for a moment. Had staff, knowing that we had no ability or control or authority to make any decision, bring that item publicly to only be part of the fodder politically, would be astute in creating circuses but not governing. So they did what is in the best interest of this community.
I was not asking anything about the trade wind report or anything that's in the inquiry.
I thought you
just
asked me the
more-
question.
No, more generally.
Oh.
Were you aware of a policy or practice within staff in 2018 not to bring reports of a sensitive nature to council past
No.
July 27?
No.
Okay, and July 27 is months before the election. What was your understanding of when council stopped decision-making, as it were, in advance of the October 2018 municipal
We
election?
would have been informed via email.
Mhm.
So I can't remember when, but I would have received the email and we would have known at that time.
Okay. And do you recall it being as early as middle of July?
No idea. I honestly don't remember. It would have to be within a certain period of time from nomination date. So
Right. Before the nomination date or after the nomination?
I can't, is it before or after now? After, I think.
Okay.
Or after. And the nomination date last time in 2018 was January. So it changed, right? So prior to this, not the closing of the nominations were in August, sorry, but you could actually register. I used to do it the first day in January. Nominations closed in the summer.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it would have been, the nominations would have been closed.
Okay. But you don't have a particular understanding of the relationship between the close of nomination dates and any policy or practice that reports of a sensitive nature are not brought forward after the close of nominations?
No, that would be staff's prerogative, really, because
Okay.
there would be no, if they could have council make a decision, then they would be withholding information. But to just simply give it to a council that has been literally muted and has no authority, it's just for political fodder. It would be irresponsible.
Okay.
They did the right thing.
Registrar, can you close this down and go to OD9A, page 337, please? And can you call this out? This being paragraph 796, please. So on January 23rd, 2019, this is after you've been reelected in the October 2018 election. On January 23, 2019, there is a council meeting and a report from legal services is presented to council at this council meeting in a closed session that took place at between 9:43 and 10:45 p.m. Looking at the list of attendees from the minutes, you are not listed. Do you, and just maybe for a bit more context, This is the meeting in which the report that's referenced at the top of this paragraph gives, I'm just going to paraphrase and call it a heads up about the existence of the Tradewind report. And then on February 6th, 2019, at a closed session of GIC, council received more information, more reports, a different legal services report, and some information from audit services and some of the public works staff. So just to orient you to those two things, there are two meetings of councilors in which the Tradewind report is discussed. It does not appear that you attend the first of the two meetings. Is that your recollection?
I believe I left. I think that it was that was a council meeting, and I think I left right when we went into camera, and it was I think I had to go home. It was a family issue, so yeah.
Family issue of some kind.
Yeah, I left. I think
Okay.
I know for a fact I left that day, but so I wasn't there. To
Okay.
confirm your question.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to HAM 61921? And can you call up the next page as well? So this is a couple of pages after these two pages that are up now, but this is the litigation update that Ms. Audia, city solicitor, provided to the closed session of council on January 23rd, 2019. And it, you'll see just in the executive summary at the bottom. Registrar, could you call out the last paragraph at the left-hand page? The purpose is to advise council of the potential of litigation arising from the release of city records relating to friction testing on the Red Hill as a result of a freedom of information request. And it's unknown when the information would be released pursuant to the freedom of information request. And so staff is bringing this to the council's attention. So there's a lot of information in there. One, the city had received an FOI request. Two, there might be a release of city records relating to friction testing. And then three, and it's not clear in the executive summary here, the friction testing that's being referred to is the Tradewind report, which had been discovered by Mr. McGuire. So all of those pieces of information are in this legal services update. Do you receive a copy of this legal services update after January 23rd?
No, but I would have received an entire briefing from Chad. So although I'm not there, I'm there because he'd be sending me info updates. We always work collectively like that.
Well, that was my next question.
Yeah.
Did you receive updates from?
Yeah.
You said it was
all the
Mr.
time. Yeah.
Councilor Collins, and on that evening,
Like in real time, he does it in real time. Like we used to do it in real time, even when I wasn't there.
Okay, and so do you recall knowing on the evening of January 23rd that legal services had provided this information about the existence of the Tradewind report and that it was anticipated it would be released in a freedom of information request?
I don't remember that. I don't remember. It would have been more or less that the report was disclosed. This is what's in it. It's more the content as opposed to any of the sidebar kind of stuff.
That none of that is sidebar. The existence of the Tradewind report and the fact that it was going to be released.
Well, I mean, motives.
Pursuant to the
Like, there's no
FOI?
motives. Yeah, I don't know.
Those two pieces of information that are cited in this report, did Mr. Collins tell you that on that night?
I don't recall. But again, the kind of discussion that he and I would have would be related to the content and of the report surrounding the road, but not anything outside of that. I don't remember that.
Okay, so you don't remember either way whether Councilor Collins updated you that evening about the events he was learning in real time at the closed session?
No, I mean the freedom of information item does not ring a bell.
Okay, I see.
I know. Yeah.
What about the existence of the Tradewind report? Did he communicate that to you that evening?
I'm guessing, but I would say yes, absolutely. There's no way that report was released without my being informed by him and others on council about what's going on.
Okay, so the FOI request, do you recall that the part of the heads up in this legal services document is that not only does there existence of friction testing about the Red Hill, But also that that this friction testing was going to be released as a result of a Freedom of Information request. When did you learn that latter piece of information?
I don't know. Did that become public that night? Did we come out of camera and make something public?
No.
So everything remained confidential after the night?
So this is really just I keep calling it sort of the heads up. And then on February 6th, there's a GIC meeting. It's quite a lengthy closed session meeting. And at the end of that, the trade window report and other documents, which we'll get to, were made public. And there was a press release in which staff apologized.
To council rather than, okay, that's very important. Can we talk about that?
We can absolutely talk about that after lunch.
Okay.
I'm just trying to give you some context for the two different meetings that we're talking about. So nothing is released after January 23rd. This is a heads up, and then it comes back on February 6th.
I remember the February 6th meeting.
I'm sure you do.
Vividly.
Do you remember knowing before the February 6th meeting about the FOI request and that the trade wind report was going to be released?
I can't remember, but there's no way Chad didn't tell me that. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Commissioner, I see that it's 2 minutes to 1, and that is our usual lunch break. And my suggestion is that we take our lunch break now and come back at 2:15, even though it's a minute or two early.
Seems a good suggestion. Let's adjourn until, Mr. Murillo, do you have a question?
No, I was just trying to listen. I don't know. All good.
Sorry, okay. We'll stand adjourned until 2:15. We'll start on the dot at 2:15.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Registrar, could you put council into a breakout room, please? Good afternoon, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Mr. Marula, the court reporter has asked both you and I to try not to speak over each other. And if you can wait till I finish answering my question to respond, and I will try to do the same, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to take you now to the period of time between the January 23rd council meeting where council is given a heads up about the existence of the trade-in report and the February 6th meeting, the GIC meeting where there's a long closed session. Registrar, could you pull up OD9A, page 349 and 350, please? Thank you. So the underlining on this page is not of importance, but I am going to direct you to the underlined portions, starting at page 349, paragraph 826. And Registrar, could you pull out 826 that's on 349? Thank you. So, Mr. Marilla, this continues past the part that's called out, but we'll focus on this for the moment. So this is on January 28, 2019. Mayor Eisenberg exchanges emails with Mr. Zagaric, who is the acting city manager at the time. You know Mr. Zagaric, right?
Of course, yes.
So this is a back and forth. You'll see it starts with the mayor. His name is in square brackets at the top. Mike, just hearing about the request for a special meeting. I'm tied up in meetings in Ottawa. Please advise of the need and what we can expect to have as an outcome from this meeting. And Mr. Zagaric responds, at a meeting on Friday with councillors Marula, Collins, and Jackson, the councillors suggested that the 3 reports that staff are expecting to bring to the February 4 PW Standing Committee be pulled and brought to a special GIC for a potential in-camera discussion. So just stopping there, and then we'll work the rest of this email. Do you recall meeting with Mr. Zagaric on a Friday, which would have been Friday, January 25?
I do recall that meeting, yes.
How was that meeting arranged?
That I can't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if you or other councillors initiated that meeting with Mr. Zagaric, or was it staff or Mr. Zagaric that initiated it with you?
I can't confirm either way. All I recall is that I was present with, I believe, Councillor Jackson and Collins.
Okay, and Mr. Zagaric was there?
Yes, of course, yes.
And do you recall if any other staff members were there?
Yes. The general manager of Public Works.
Dan McKinnon?
Thank you, yes.
And to your recollection, what was the purpose of this meeting?
To give us, in essence, a heads up that this was forthcoming, and he wanted to know procedurally what he thought, based on because collectively we've been there 100 years, what we thought would be the best process procedurally to deliver the news to council. And based on my recollection, I think we, or I, or us, concluded that the best route would be to go to GIC as a result of it being a larger audience, as opposed to the smaller audience at Public Works.
Just
that's it.
Thank you for the inquiry's benefit. You and Councillor Collins and Councillor Jackson, were you all members of the Public Works Committee coming out of the October 2018 election into the most recent term?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so all 3 of you are Public Works Committee members, but your preference is to go to a sitting of the full council, is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
So although the 3 of you are Public Works Committee members, your preference is to go to a sitting of the full council. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, so we thought listen, the best approach to deal with this, rather than going to Public Works, which obviously has a smaller audience, councillor-wise as well as citywide, that we go directly to GIC for that purpose, to be more open and transparent.
So you were not at the January 23rd meeting where this matter, that is the existence of the trade report, was first brought to the attention of the councillors who attended. Is it fair to say that at some point between January 23rd and January 25, when you attend this meeting, you are advised about the existence of the trade report?
I don't know what it was called. I think
Sure.
at that time, I believe at that time, there wasn't really a title attached to it, and it was referred to as a report, like that basically there was this report that was found, kind of thing, but there wasn't a title attached
Okay.
to it.
Did you understand that it was a report that dealt with friction values on the Red Hill?
I recall that it had something to do with Red Hill and the controversy, but not specifically friction.
Okay. And between January 23rd, that meeting that was in the evening, and January 25, when you met with Mr. Zagaric and Mr. McKinnon and councillors Collins and Jackson, did anyone update you about the fact that there was an FOI request for which this report would be responsive?
I don't remember that. I still don't remember what the source was that led me to my conclusion or my understanding of the FOI.
Okay. You'll see that Mr. Zagaric provides to the mayor a set of 3 different numbered topics with bullet points underneath. And he says, we also discussed the following as to how to proceed. The councillors discussed a public motion directing the work below. Then the work below was employee considerations, council relationship with director public media, meet with employee, former director of engineering, consideration of current employment agreement. So just stopping there, do you recall having discussions with councillors Collins and Jackson and Mr. Zagaric and Mr. McKinnon about, at a high level, employee considerations involving Mr. Moore?
No, I don't know what any of this is.
Okay, well, I'm taking you through because I do think this email is a little confusing in the way that it's drafted.
Okay.
So sitting here today, are you confident that you did not have discussions about Mr. Moore's employee considerations, using the phrase there?
What does that mean?
It's not my language.
I don't know what it means.
So I'll ask a more open-ended question. I said, do you recall having conversations at a high level about employee considerations involving Mr. Moore? And you said, I don't know what any of this is. So just
I don't know what employee considerations means. Like, what does that mean?
So I can provide you with a bit of context to attempt to refresh your memory. Mr. Moore was the director of engineering until May of 2018. And then he took on a position with the Hamilton LRT office.
Right. Okay. I don't remember talking about that.
Okay. Are you confident that you did not have discussions with Mr. Zagaric and Mr. McKinnon and the other councillors about Mr. Moore at this meeting on January 20th?
Oh, no. Mr. Moore came up at this meeting. There's no doubt about it. About the fact that he had this report, and the report that he had was found after McGuire arrived. That was what we were told that day.
Okay. And did you know that chronology before this meeting on January 25?
What chronology?
That Mr. Moore had left, he had a report before he left, and then Mr. McGuire found it after he left.
Well, that's what, no, I didn't know prior to that. No, that was the purpose of the meeting.
Okay. I asked because, of course, some of your colleagues were at the January 23rd meeting where some of this information was provided. So I'm trying to understand when you were brought up to speed. In respect of Mr. Moore, do you recall discussing looking forward, future looking discussions about his employment relationship with the city?
In the event that I think, now again, I don't want to be guessing.
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not sure if I was thinking this or I actually said it. That's why I'm trying to think back. But the moment that it was disclosed, I thought to myself, if indeed the allegations are true, then we need an exit plan for him. But that's the only thing I can recall.
Okay, so you can't recall sitting here today whether that issue, that is his going forward employment agreement, was discussed amongst the counselors and these staff members. Is that fair?
No, I don't know, because we wouldn't have been able to. No, we didn't, because what the heck could we do as a group? It would have. That's something that would be talked about in more of an open and bigger audience.
I understand. Okay. You said that you were thinking to yourself, if indeed the allegations are true, then we need an exit plan. What at this time, this is January 25, did you understand, using your word, the allegations to be?
That's a good question. Because I'm not sure. All we knew was a report was hidden. We didn't know what was hidden. It was, again, these types of mysterious narratives that just lend credence to the conspiracies. But it was one of those, they found this report after Gary left, and it's related to something related to the expressway and the controversy. So tie all those things together without actually knowing the details, then that's how all these stories get blown out of proportion.
Thank you. Did Mr. Zagaric or Mr. McKinnon or the counselors who were there with you, did they tell you about any inconsistent statements made by Mr. Moore in the media?
I don't know that. To me, nothing. No recollection of that.
Okay. So the second point here, which Mr. Zagaric appears to say was discussed with you and your fellow counselors, was technical/engineering safety, action plan to assess technical review with third party, further engagement of external legal to engage third party for overall assessment, and the litigation and liability review finalization.
The other thing, I'm sorry to interrupt because very important distinction. I think the first thing we all said is the roads, I think that's when we realized that was the road safe and it was hidden. Even we were concerned, and if so, do we need to shut it down? We did have that discussion that day.
At this meeting on January 25.
No, it was not that one. At one point we had a discussion. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just needed to. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No problem. So you don't recall having a discussion about whether the road was safe and what needed to be done to confirm it was safe at this meeting?
I'm not sure when that meeting occurred. Like when that information. I'm not sure when I received that information.
Okay. I'll take you through some of the details of other events and other meetings that you had, and maybe I invite you to, if you can narrow down when you remember having discussions about whether the road being safe, just let me know.
Okay.
Do you remember at this meeting having a discussion about an action plan to assess a technical review with a third party?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And then the last that's listed here, which actually does continue into the next page, is communication plan with external support, public confidence, technical assessment, council confidence. Do you recall having discussions about any of those points with Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McKinnon, and the other counselors?
I led on the public relation aspect of it, or the public statement, understanding we needed to be very clear on what the issues are and what are perceived versus actual problems. So that was the kind of narrative I was discussing even at that time.
Okay. And at this point, it was clear and obvious to you that the Tradewin report would be released to the public at some point. Is that right?
I don't remember that. It would have been, well, no, obviously, because I'm talking about a public statement. So yes, I would be, of course, for us to be preparing for a public statement, then obviously it's ultimately going to be released, right?
Thank you. I just wanted your confirmation.
Yeah.
Did you provide any direction or advice to staff at this meeting, aside from suggesting that the forum for which to address this would be a special GIC?
No. Procedurally, we discussed the standing versus GIC, in camera versus out of camera, that kind of stuff.
Registrar, could you close this down? And can you call up paragraph 827, please? So this is further in the exchange between the mayor and Mr. Zagarek. You were not copied on this email. This is in respect of whether to have a special GIC meeting or some other form in which this was staff reports were brought to council. And Mr. Zagarek says, at the Friday meeting, councilors expressed concern of staff reports being public for days before staff had an opportunity to speak to them with committee. So just stopping there, just to orient you, there were several reports that staff were preparing to provide to Public Works. One about the speed limit feasibility study that you had further to your motion. One about lighting. There had been some motions on lighting that had been subject to a consultant study. And then there was a sort of follow-up on sort of traffic safety issues from some of the past reports that we have looked at. And also there had been a roadside safety assessment that SEMA had conducted in advance of resurfacing. So there was a number of pieces of information that Public Works staff wanted to provide to the Public Works Committee. And I think that is the reference here to the staff reports, in addition to legal reports or audit reports. Does that help refresh your memory? Do you remember learning about the fact that staff wanted to bring a number of different topics and reports to your attention?
Not in detail. Superficially, I do recall, obviously we were there for probably about half hour to 40 minutes. So we touched upon a few issues, but I can't confirm in detail.
So here where it says from Mr. Zagarek, councilors expressed concern of the staff reports being public for days before staff had an opportunity to speak to them to committee. Do you recall having that concern and expressing it to Mr. McGarrick?
See, that might tie in. That might tie into my concerns surrounding the public message. So if we have these reports floating out there to create all the narratives for people to run with, we need to get ahead of that. So that's where I think that might be going. Could be a mistake. I'm not, I don't know for certain, but that makes sense to me.
Registrar, could you close this down and call out 831 and 832, please? Mayor Eisenberger and his chief of staff exchanged emails separately. She forwarded Mr. Zagarek's email, the one we were just looking at, writing, Mayor says it was requested by councilors. And this is in, sorry, just for context, I'm not going to take this out to give you the context, but there's some discussions with Ms. Paparella in the clerk's office about where and when reports should be put on particular agendas. So there's some back and forth about how this is going to be, how it's going to go forward. And she emails with one of those to the mayor and says, Mike has said it was requested by councilors, and the mayor responds, Chad and Sam, I figured, which I think would be you and Councillor Collins.
Yep.
They want to have a forensic audit suggesting criminality. So just stopping at the phrase forensic audit, recognizing that's not your word, that's the mayor's. Did you want to have a forensic audit of the circumstances that that were going to be presented to council?
Okay, so again, based on trying to get ahead of all of the narratives and people running with them, my intent here, and I did say, I'm not sure if I said forensic, but I said we need to turn over every stone, which means if we don't suggest that the criminality potential, that somehow we're covering that up too. That's how ridiculous the city's become. So we have to go over and above. And even when we do that, they still think we're hiding something. But so I would have I would have said that. I think I specifically recall saying that.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to page 356? And pull it 850. Thank you. So it's not obvious from this call out what the date is, but I can tell you that it is on January 30th. Mr. Zegaric emails the mayor and says, Dan, so that'd be Mr. McKinnon, and I had a follow-up discussion with the councillors we met with yesterday, proposing a reporting process. The councillors were not in alignment with what we proposed. The councillors suggest a special GIC followed by a special council, followed by a communications release. I've asked Rosanna if she can find some time with you to discuss today. Also, we're engaging outside legal support. And the mayor says, thanks. What did you propose? And Mr. Zegaric said, propose going in camera at February 6th GIC to further previous in-camera discussion. This would be comprised of a series of in-camera presentations. So stopping there, do you recall having a follow-up discussion with councillors, Mr. Zegaric and Mr. McKinnon on January 29?
No, I thought we decided all of this in one meeting, but I could be wrong. So I don't
Sir,
remember.
can you pull up your microphone?
Yeah, sorry. I recall all of this because that was basically my contribution, the communication release and all of that was my contribution to this discussion. But I recall this all happening in one meeting, not in two separate meetings. So I don't know, my memory perhaps isn't serving me properly.
Mr. Zegaric recalls two meetings with you, but that is the thing with memory. So
Yeah.
You only recall one meeting?
Yeah, I thought we dealt with all of this in one meeting in his office with the four of us.
Okay. Did you have any concern about going in camera at a February 6th GIC meeting rather than having a special GIC meeting?
I had an issue going to Public Works, not GIC. No, I'm sorry. What was the question again?
The question was, did you have a concern with going in camera at the February 6th GIC meeting instead of doing a special GIC meeting?
No, why? There's no difference. I'm not sure why that.
I asked because Mr. Zegaric says the councillors were not in alignment with what we proposed. And the mayor says, what did you propose? And Mr. Zegaric says, propose going in camera February 6th GIC with these presentations. If you go back to the first email, Mr. Zegaric said the councillors suggest a special GIC followed by a special council followed by a communications release.
Right, I get it. I think what happened there. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
So I think we wanted everything to happen one day, rather than having the meeting, the decision, and then a gap between it's ratified and then communication. So we wanted it all wham bam, and then once we leave, all one day, so we can contain the message, because messages go awry. And that's what was the intent for the strategy.
Thank you. That's helpful. Were you aware that the mayor had received a briefing about the report, well, the Tradewind report, from staff on December 18, 2018?
No.
Registrar, could you close this and go to page 378, please? And could you call out 876 and 877? Several staff met with Mr. Moore on January 31, 2019. In advance of this meeting, staff worked on compiling a list of questions to ask Mr. Moore. And you'll see Ms. Audie was emailing with external legal counsel, Mr. Bogosian, on January 30th. And she wrote, Mike Zegaric is meeting with Gary Moore tomorrow to follow up on some discussions and counsel questions. On that last part, do you have any insight into which council questions Ms. Audie is referring to?
Nope.
Registrar, you can close this down. You can close this document down too. Can you call it HAM 62635? And could you pull up the next image, please? Thank you. So, Mr. Marilla, I'm not sure if you've seen this document before. I'm not going to spend any time on the details of it, but I just wanted to orient you to February 6th in that GIC meeting. You'll see at the very top, this is a closed session minutes, and it has time in 4:18, time out 10:03 p.m. You see that?
Yes.
And it was quite a lengthy closed session meeting. Do you recall receiving a number of presentations from various staff, including legal, audit, and public works?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall this meeting?
I on the surface, what day was this? This was February 6, 2019. Oh, yes, I do. So this is when they released. Yes, I do remember this one.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, yes.
So I was
Sorry,
trying to provide you, you're in closed session for 6 hours. You received a number of documents. Do you remember receiving presentations from public works staff, audit, and legal?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to close this down. So recognizing that you had talked to Mr. Zagarek about the report on January 25 and perhaps on January 29. So you had a bit of a heads up about what was coming. Did you learn new information at the February 6th GIC meeting?
New information. Because again, we have such constant streams of information coming to and from our I can never ever source who, when, and where I obtained information, because we're always, these days particularly, we're always getting information. So I don't know.
Okay, so I'm asking because I'm going to ask you about your reaction and about the tone of the meeting. And I'm just trying to understand how informed you were before the meeting started. And so that's really the crux of my question. Did you feel like you went into the GIC meeting and you didn't learn anything new? You were just having this meeting with your colleagues for the first time? Or did you walk in and learn much more of the details than you had before you walked into the meeting?
I think I knew pretty well what the thrust of the issue was.
Okay.
So.
What was your reaction to the information that staff shared with you either in advance or at this meeting?
My reaction was how are the communication plan, like how we're going to get ahead of this thing to ensure that it can be communicated so it can be accurately distributed to the community in a factual manner. Because my concern was always, no matter what we were communicating, it was always spun a certain way. And even spun, it was actually literally fabricated an alternative, like the alternative facts scenario. So we were always very cognizant of that, and that was the thrust of my concern at that time.
Thank you. So that seems like what your immediate proposed solution or your plan of action would be. What I asked for is what your reaction was. What was your emotions?
Well, they're one and the same in this job. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes you lose the emotional component, but I just literally, I had a job to do. I didn't have emotions about it. We had an issue before us. We had to do it. I don't even know what it means, emotion. But was I angry? Was I happy? We had an issue. And we had to deal with it.
You weren't angry?
No.
You weren't betrayed?
No.
You weren't
I didn't know
surprised?
anything at that point. I didn't know what was happening. What we needed to do was have it made public, but in a manner conducive that it could incrementally get to the factual component without it losing control, which it did. And at the end of the day, I think we're in a system right now where you can't control it. So that's a whole other issue, and maybe a whole other inquiry.
So you sat there, and I absolutely understand why you would have, want to put a plan in place. You want to understand what the next steps were. You didn't have any feelings, reactions, emotions, thoughts about the information that you were receiving.
Well,
that can't be right.
I'm not sure when but see, by then I already dealt with it. So you're asking me of that date of the meeting.
No, I'm asking, that's why I was asking if you learned new information coming into this meeting. I'm asking, when you learned information about this, what was your reaction?
Shocked. I was actually in disbelief. That's all.
What were you shocked about?
That the allegation might be true, but not knowing that it is. It was just an allegation. But again, in the world we're living right now, I've dealt with hundreds of allegations. So as much as I was shocked, I was still cognizant of the fact that it was just an allegation and we had to sort through it all.
What allegation were you shocked about?
The fact that it was covered up, because I had to understand what the answer. The question is, was it covered up or was it just simply put aside because it wasn't necessary is the question. So we didn't have the answers at that time. We needed to follow due diligence accordingly.
What was shocking about the allegation that the report may have been covered up, to use your words?
What was shocking to me is that the allegation was being made to begin with in the manner it was being made. So it's all in the wording, right? So it was like the sky was falling, but suddenly we find this report. To me, it almost seemed, I don't know, orchestrated to some degree, but I wasn't overly concerned immediately. I needed to find out the facts before I drew any conclusions.
So you said earlier that one of the things that I think you said that you discussed with your fellow counselors at some point, you couldn't remember when, earlier in your testimony today, was a question about whether the road was safe. Do you recall, did this happen at the February 6th GIC meeting, or did it happen at some earlier time?
Yeah, but the moment we were told, when Meg Zagaric, the first thing we said is do we need to close the road? Because that's what I thought the urgency of this thing was. And they said, no, nothing like that. So, okay, that's all we need to know. And then we went from there to more of the political aspect of it all. That's where I think the shock was, because at first we thought, is it true? Like, do we need to shut the road down? And they said, no, nothing like that. That's when we went into more of a operational work type of mentality, as opposed to any emotions associated with my perception of what the intent or motive was.
Okay, and do you think that interaction where you and your fellow counselor said, do we need to shut the road down? And I think I'm hearing from you, Mr. Zagaric, and Mr. McKinnon said, no, nothing like that. Do you think that was on January 25?
I don't know when that was.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up OD 10A 202? Sorry, I misspoke. 20 to 21. Registrar, do you need that again? Because that was a little mangled. No? Thank you. Mr. Miller, this is Mr. McGuire's handwritten notes from the February 6th GIC meeting. We do, thankfully for all of us, have transcripts of this meeting. Registrar, could you pull up on the right-hand side, RHB 1004, please? So we're just looking at the transcript and the handwriting. Registrar, could you call out the transcript, please? So you'll see at the very top, it says 4:30, Dan moves through slides quickly. Do you recall a slide deck presentation that included Mr. McKinnon going through some of the background of the chronology in respect of the Tradewind report?
No, I don't remember that, but I'm sure he did the presentation.
Okay. You'll see there's a reference to Councillor Ferguson speaking, Councillor Clark, JP Tanko, and then at 5 o'clock, it says Councillor Jackson, where's Gary? And then at 5:05, Councillor Marilla, that's you, wants to know why this was withheld trust issue. Do you recall what your questions were at about 5:05 at this meeting in respect of wants to know why this was withheld trust issue?
If you're going to go based on my recollection, that to me would suggest I trusted Gary without hesitation. I always have. I thought he was always a straight shooter with us. Didn't agree with him all the time, but I always respected him. So when that was thrown out there as it kind of, that I recall thinking, okay, wait a minute. If indeed these allegations might be accurate, then yes, it's hurtful. But my issue was, let's find out the facts first. There's going to be a huge trust issue because, not too dissimilar to what I spoke about earlier, how I responded to that constituent is based on my blind trust in cases when it comes to issues of engineering with professionals like Mr. Moore. So even a percentage of that trust being diminished to me is an issue, and that's probably where I went with that.
Registrar, this document on the right-hand side, RHV 1004 needs to be marked the next exhibit, which I believe is exhibit 202. Is that right?
Noted, Council. Thank you. And
Thank
yes,
you.
it's exhibit 202.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go into HAM 12843, please. This is the Tradewind report. Do you recall receiving a copy of this report at the meeting?
I know I did, but I don't remember when I received it.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 8, please? Sorry, as colorful as this chart is, this is not what I wanted to take you to. Image 5, please. I think it might be that time of the day. Mr. Rula, apologies, and apologies,
Okay.
Registrar. Image
No
4,
worries.
please. Can you bring up the next page as well, please? Sorry, I asked for image 14. Commissioner, apologies. Mr. Rula, apologies.
Really no need to apologize.
Can you go back?
I'm actually fascinated by trying to read this as it comes up.
It's Registrar, could you go back to 12 and 13, please? There we go. Registrar, could you bring up the full 3 paragraphs on the right-hand side, please? Sorry, it took us a while to get there, Mr. Marula. This is the last page of text of the trade wind report. Do you recall reviewing this during that 6-hour closed session meeting?
I don't specifically recall, but I normally start from the conclusions of every report and I work my way back. So yes, I would say I read it.
Okay. So you'll see in the second paragraph, it says the overall friction averages as measured by the grip tester on the designated lanes and sections of the Red Hill were below or well below the same UK investigatory level 2. And then you can contrast that with the paragraph above, which says the link were comparable to or above the relevant UK investigatory level. It goes on in that second paragraph to say, in addition to the overall low average grip numbers, there are some localized sections with quite low friction values. And there's a recommendation for a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics. Do you recall specifically being taken to this language, this below or well below the UK investigatory standard?
No.
And were you aware from the information that staff did provide the distinction between the link and its friction values and the Red Hill and its friction values?
That's what I recall.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and go to HAM 54395? Thank you. And can you go to image 1 and 2? Councilor, Mr. Marula, this is the slide deck that I asked you about before, and you said you didn't remember the slide deck. Is that right?
I don't remember slide deck, but I'm sure it happened.
Okay.
I've seen tens of thousands of slide decks.
Fair
I don't
enough.
remember this one.
Registrar, can you go to image 4, please? Mr. McKinnon went through a number of different sort of themes based on the reconstructed timeline. So you'll see who staff was at various times, SMA, what that means in NMTO, asphalt testing, council reports over time, safety upgrades over time, media coverage over time, and recent staff actions. Do you remember, at least at a high level, being taken through each of these topics?
Yes, so that was his norm. That's how he functioned. That's correct. I don't remember him doing it, but that's how he delivered all of his reports.
Fair enough. Do you recall under media coverage that Mr. McKinnon explained that Mr. Moore had said that there were inconclusive testing results and had made that comment to the media in the past? Do you remember that?
Yeah, the media comments. I don't remember him saying it in camera in the meeting though.
At the meeting on January 25?
I don't remember him saying it there. I remember hearing that through a third party outside of the city.
Okay. Before this meeting or after this meeting?
I don't know. That's the other thing. It could have been. It could have been before. It could have been after. When did that email come in from the public?
I'm sorry?
The email from the public refers to the inconclusive data. So the date of that would indicate to me that I knew at that time. So it probably happened before.
Okay, the date of that email is September 28, 2018.
And the date of this meeting?
February 6, 2019.
Okay, yeah, so I would have known.
Okay, could you lift your microphone up just a little bit?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, then I would have known.
Registrar, can you go to HAM 61922, please? This is the legal services report that was delivered on February 6th. Registrar, could you bring up images 2 and 3, please? Under analysis and rationale, you'll see at the top, Registrar, could you pull out the 3 paragraphs that are under that heading on the right-hand side? Oh, I'm sorry, Registrar, if you could close that out. Everything right under analysis and rationale for recommendation. Thank you. Perfect. Thanks. You see in the second paragraph, it describes various SEMA reports over time. And it says the focus of recommendations has been on changing driver behavior that is believed to be a major source of ongoing collision rates. Did the information that you received at this meeting change your understanding of the source of ongoing collision rates?
I can't remember that.
Okay. Do you recall being advised that there was a high proportion of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill?
I think so, yes. Yes.
And at this meeting, connecting that to friction?
I don't know. I can't remember. No, I can't remember that.
Okay. Sitting here today, do you understand that there is a relationship between friction and slipperiness on the roadway?
Yes, of course.
Conceptually?
Yes.
And do you understand any relationship between wet weather collisions and friction?
Yes, of course.
Okay, but you don't remember whether staff made that connection for you at this meeting?
I can't remember that. No.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this and have image 3 and 4 up, please? Actually, Registrar, you can take this down. Can you go to HAM 12842, please? You can bring up the next image as well too, please. Mr. Merla, do you recall receiving a copy of this memorandum from SEMA on February 4?
No.
No?
I'm sure I received it, but I don't remember receiving it.
Okay. SEMA goes through 3 questions that they identify were asked of them after reviewing the Golda report, the Tradewind report, and then being asked to look back at their past recommendations. You'll see question 1 is, in light of the information in the 2014 Golda report, are any changes needed to recommendations?
I remember this.
You remember this?
Yeah.
This provide some comfort for you about the current safety of the road?
I would say so, yes, absolutely.
Registrar, could you close this? And can you call out 2 documents? The first is HAM 54395. And the next is HAM 12841. On the left-hand image, could you go to image 44, please? So you'll see in the slides that the staff recommended a media release following council on February 13. So February 13 would have been the council ratification, council meeting after this GIC. And the media release was recommended to follow after that. And that is not what happened. We know from the press release, which is on the other side. Registrar, you can close down the left-hand side. And if you can bring up image 1 and image 2 of the right-hand side, please. You said earlier that you wanted to talk about the apology that staff provided. You'll see this is the press release. The first line is in respect of the staff apology. What happened at the meeting that led to the press release being put out a week before staff's recommendation?
Okay, so getting back to the city and its crisis of misinformation, you will note that this press release clearly indicates that on behalf of the city of Hamilton, that staff is actually apologizing to council and the general public. It's not council apologizing to anyone. We're the victims in all this, and staff admittingly came public and stated that. That whole narrative was changed as council apologized. So literally that narrative lives to this moment. And when people voted yesterday for or against someone without that misinformation being part of the equation, which is really a sad state of affairs. So your question, I'm sorry?
My question was, what happened at the meeting that led to the press release being put out a week before staff's recommended press release date?
Yeah, okay, I don't remember exactly, but based on my speculation and being part of this, it would have been to try to, again, mitigate the misinformation by being proactive on the information so that incrementally we could steer the public towards the truth of it rather than the fiction that people create.
Okay, and do you recall, did council seek an apology from staff, or did staff offer an apology to council?
No, that was my contribution to this, because my argument was, again, that council, when everything's great, it's everybody else's contribution, but when everything goes awry, it's council's fault. And it really is an unsustainable democratic scenario to be in. And this kind of stuff needs to stop. But we don't have an honest media any longer. And because of it, it just gets amplified to a point where democracy is at a point where 30% or lower are attending elections.
Thank you. So I do really want to encourage you to listen to my questions and answer my questions specifically,
Okay,
especially
sorry.
because I'm going a little long and we'd like to get you out here as soon as possible.
Oh, I like being here, so I don't mind.
Registrar, could you close this and go to HAM 64331? And if you can call it image 1 and 2, this is a document that spans over a number of images. I'm just putting up the first 2 so you can see it. Mr. Bogosian was at the February 6th meeting. Do you recall if you received a copy of this opinion letter from Mr. Bogosian?
I know he was in attendance. I know that I was in attendance, so I would say I would have, but I don't remember.
So he presented at that meeting. I was asking if you actually received a copy of this written document.
I think he was in attendance.
He was, yes.
Yeah, I don't remember receiving that though.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 8, please? And can you call out the paragraph when asked to rank? This is Mr. Bogosian, including a discussion he had with Mr. Malone, who works at SEMA. Mr. Malone advised Mr. Bogosian that when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution to the inordinate number of wet road crashes, Mr. Malone advised that slipperiness of the road was first, speed, curves, and proximity of on-off ramps in that ranking. Did any staff convey to you a ranking like this in terms of the contributors to wet road crashes?
You know, it sounds similar to what I used as my regular response.
It does, but I'm asking if staff ever told you.
I don't know, but it looks like they did, because it just seems coincidental that I'm using that language, right?
Okay. Registrar, could you go to HAM 1621, please? Can you bring up the next image as well? Mr. Marilla, this is February 13th, so this would have been at council, and this is a motion that has a number of whereases, 2 pages full of whereas statements.
Oh, right. I remember this.
And then, Registrar, can you go to the next image? there we go. So there's the resolutions. It's to make public some SEMA reports, to have a public education campaign about the risk of speeding, and to report back on a provincial auditor general investigation.
Right.
Do you remember making this motion?
Vividly.
I understand it's not common to bring a motion directly to council. Is that right?
No, that's not true.
It's not true?
I've done it many, many times.
Okay. I mean, council as compared to Public Works Committee or GIC.
I've done it. Honestly, if I want to get more attention, I always do it at council. That's really the
Fair
motive
enough.
behind it.
I see. I can tell you, and I won't take you to it, but it does appear that the Spectator is asking for the disclosure of additional information, in particular the SEMA reports. Do you recall what the purpose was of this motion?
Clearly. So as I mentioned earlier, we have scattered narratives throughout the city. So today, because reporters are using social media as an assignment editor, it's like you have to put blinders on these reporters because they get distracted too easily. So because the issue was so hot, I needed to literally put blinders on them and try to have them focus in on every single measure we as an elected body went over and above, and never took no from as an answer from staff to ensure that not only were we focusing in on the actual safety issues, but also the perceived safety issues, which I had earlier stated is as important as the actual safety issues. So what this is a synopsis of all the work we did politically in the face of the public demands and our staff saying everything is fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you recall that members of council generally supported the issue of providing reports made by SEMA to be made public? Do you understand that had widespread support?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Do you recall whether your motion to disclose the past SEMA reports had widespread support?
Oh, it did, but only to make a political point, not to actually try to increase awareness surrounding the content of that report, because nobody, unless you're an engineer, could really decipher what it meant.
Thank you. Commissioner, I did not intend to go so long in this afternoon. We're hitting the afternoon break, and I would like to take a moment to look at my notes and also speak to council to organize the rest of our day. I'd suggest that we take a 10-minute break.
That's fine. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll return at 3:25.
Thank you. Registrar, could we go into a all council breakout room? Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please, please do so.
Thank you. Before the break, we were looking at HAM 1621, and I understand that needs to be marked as an exhibit. I think we're at 203.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Commissioner, those are my questions. And I understand that no council, or that all council have no questions for Mr. Marula.
None of the council have questions.
No.
Okay, then Mr. Marilla, you are excused. Thank you for attending at the inquiry.
Many thanks for having me, folks. Have a great evening. Thank you.
And council, I understand that the decision has been made, and this represents Mr. Danko's preference, that he be released this afternoon, and that we will examine him commencing at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Is that correct, Mr. Mishra?
That's
his
correct.
preference? Okay. Then we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.